All right, it's up.
Hello, welcome one and all. I gotta come up with a new saying. Anyway, this is Shadow of the Broker 27 Knowledge is Power, a special 12-man created by myself, Jack, and Ben. And we will be co-GMing this as we run everyone through a fun heist mission. Do you have anything to say, Ben?
Uh, no, not really.
Okay, well, Ben says hi. And, yeah. We will now start with character introductions, and for the first time ever, the new addition will be with the group at the beginning. Yay! So we'll lump his introduction with the rest of yous. But starting off, let's go with Brandon.
Sorry, I had to put down my soup. Um, I will be playing Saber Sintel. He is a Zygerian Neiman disciple. He was the last heir of House Sintel, the royal family of Zygeria. And he discovered that his mother was assassinated by the Slavers Guild, who currently rule the planet. So he's out for revenge currently, and is hanging out with this group until he can gather enough power. And he is a dark side force user, so obviously going out for revenge doesn't really come out to being a light side user.
But it's always funner that way. Okay, now Kale.
I'm playing Erdogan Sale, a force-sensitive archaeologist who's trying to preserve history from the censorship and destruction of the Empire. He butts heads with Saber on a regular basis because he wants to be Saber's friend, but Saber is doing these terrible things to gain power.
Honestly, who doesn't butt heads with Saber?
D4.
Saber likes droids, basically.
All right, and those are always nice little fun bashing of heads. Everyone should get popcorn when that happens. And Dart.
Yes, I will be playing Duran Bosch today. He is a Twi'lek former Holovid star whose show was canceled by the Empire, and since then he's just been doing freelance work for the broker, and then he got his own ship and has been doing some smuggling runs, and has found a penchant for gambling. That's all I got.
All right, Jeff.
I'm playing, excuse me, R0C-K4, also known as Rock or Rocky to his friends. He was an LEVO police droid on a small penal colony asteroid until an electrical accident caused him to not have his memory wiped. Since then, he's sort of been on the run, learning more about himself and about the galaxy. And it eventually brought him to the broker's attention, where he was able to contract his services to the broker in exchange for the broker helping him learn more and retain his memories. Since then, he's received a very nice body upgrade from Jeppo Edo Sr. and Balken Oppen, and so he's been testing that out for the past couple of weeks.
All right, and Kyle.
All right, I'll be playing the lovely Phi Mei, codenamed Siren. She was a professor on the home world of the Mon Calamari, also known as DAC, until she got caught selling test scores, and through a series of life events that are best told through a small novel, she ended up working for the broker, and she talks like this, eh? Hopefully, I can keep everyone entertained. And that's it.
Certainly keeps me entertained. All right, Leslie.
I'll be playing Hawk, the bounty hunter, and Hawk, his true value is money, so he's going to do pretty much anything he can do to get money without jeopardizing the mission or hurting fellow brokers.
Including selling out an
Sometimes-
entire rebellion cell.
Sometimes
because
while hurting other people and jeopardizing the
not
mission.
joking at all.
It's so terrible. Like,
Yes,
What's terrible is that you barely made any money for it.
but he doesn't care. 2,000, that was more than he had. He would do it in
Like
a
you're
first
12
5
pieces of silver there.
And that is Hawk.
Yeah, in a nutshell. All right, Chris.
Alright, I am playing Key Vera. He is a 14-year-old Togruta thief, though more recently he's been getting really into mastering the art of using a gun, particularly his Equalizer Blaster. He's out on a quest to save his brother from bounty hunters, so that's his motivation there.
All right, and Tommy.
I'm playing Ragesh Vai. He is a spy who actually worked for a different broker cell, and in the events of Without a Trace, when the broker cell on Cornet was taken out, there was another cell that was wiped out as well on Moenia Naboo, and he was a member of that cell, and he is one of only 3 surviving members of that cell, and the only one that people are actually in contact with right now. So he's got a bit of PTSD. He hates the Empire, and yeah, that's Ragesh.
Okay, and finally we have our guest player. I'm sorry, how would you pronounce your name? Erahard?
Yes, that's it.
Okay, so introduce your character for the rest of us.
Okay, I will be playing Jagger Blaine, a human bounty hunter from Mandalore. I'm 25 years old. As a warrior culture, Mandalorians are quite violent, but they are clan bonded. But my character grew very angry with my clans and the other clans from Mandalore because they were too quiet about the Empire's taking over Mandalore, and he made his opinions too clear and too loud for other clans to bear with. So he was asked to leave the planet, and he decided to do so. And from that, he's been looking for any kind of jobs, especially bodyguard or security jobs, in order to get money, especially to take care of his clan's business on Mandalore, and that's my motivation too.
Cool.
All right, and we will reserve Rolling Destiny for when the team split up, but if everyone has put in their resources, obligation, duty, I'll go ahead and roll for that.
Yep, I filled in the obligation, so
Okay,
anything that was missing anyway, so it's all
since
good.
this is a double team, actually I thought we were just a little bit over 100, which doesn't
Right.
matter since...
Yeah, we're at 99 is our highest.
Actually no. It seems like Hawk went back down, and so it is actually not over 100.
Yeah, we'll still do the 2 rolls at 200 though.
Yeah, since it's 12 of us, I guess this time there's just a bigger chance that no obligation will be rolled. So let's go with Leslie. You roll 1d200.
Yeah, you got the wrong person for that.
Okay then.
We're there.
Roll one. Okay,
Oh,
there we go.
Oh man.
Oh, good.
Wow.
Cool.
Oh. This is something. Okay, we can do this.
Okay,
I'll take this one,
and
Jack. I'll take
we
this
have to roll twice too. So let's
One
go
thing,
with.
unless you guys have something very specific, and this can be something that's added to what you guys have planned, but the Compnor thing should also be like the Inquisitorius. Maybe not that he would kill them when interrogating like Shorn would, but we should do a roll on the contact list because Compnor is going to grab one of the contacts and shake him down.
Okay, I'll actually do that in private, so don't worry about that.
Okay.
And it's not Hank's fault this time. Yay!
I can roll the other 1d100. Or 1d200.
200,
Yeah,
yeah.
sure.
That does land on someone. That is, let me look real quick. That's Jagger's
Ah,
family obligation.
yoo-hoo. Okay.
All right. Yeah.
Right?
Yeah. So it's for actually, what happens when Compnor's roll is at -2 for everyone?
No, it's still treated like a normal one. So,
Yeah.
just.
oh, but wait,
-1.
because you're right, it is a group one. Yeah, it should be -2 for everybody. Thanks for the
All
reminder.
right. So
I think it should still just be -1 for everyone.
Well, no, but remember the whole point though is that is one that crosses. I mean, that should really stress everybody out because, as a group one, I definitely think it should be worth an extra
Okay.
strain.
So -3 for everyone and -4 for blanking on your name.
No,
Yeah.
because I just had a thought about this. Jagger is not part of our group, so he wouldn't have any idea about Comp Nor.
Right.
So
He would be
I kind of
affected.
had the idea to just make it -2 all around because none of the group is involved with Jagger's obligation, and Jagger is involved with the group's obligation.
That's a good point.
Yeah, I agree with that.
All right. So yeah, everyone -2 from their strain threshold.
I think I can tell of my problems everybody, so everybody gets another 2 points of strain. I'm just a very open person, so I can tell everyone about my situation.
And no one will care because they're a bunch of assholes.
Okay.
Unless there's some money involved. Is there?
No, there's nothing.
It's more like a requirement for money.
Yeah, that's it.
All right, and we have that sad situation out of the way. We can go ahead and move on to... Yes, we can go ahead and move on to the briefing.
Oh, we also have duty.
Oh, yeah, you're right.
Nope.
No. Do I even need to look? All right, and morality, which I'll roll over here. 97. I bet Nick's Kale, doesn't it?
Yeah, it's closer to him. Definitely.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, we're going to have Kale's morality trigger.
Okay. Oh, curiosity.
Uh-oh.
This could work very well.
Yes, it will. Okay,
His
and
friends
so
call
now
him
we have all
Whiskers.
that out of the way. Now we can move on to the briefing, because we're reserving the Destiny roll for later. And so the group, already hearing about Balken's plan for a heist operation, have already agreed to come together on the planet Drall, in the capital of, oh god, I'm going to have to say it, Mysterophius? It's a big, long word, and it's very hard to say, let alone spell. So I'm going to call it Mysterophius.
Sounds legit. So Balkan, what are we actually nabbing?
I'm glad you asked, Rogesh. Balken and you're all in what looks like a co-opted hotel room that has already been equipped with several large computer terminals and a holotank. All looks like Balken brought that himself, and he flips on the holotank to show this just below the main picture.
You and I use hotels very differently.
Well, as long as you pay the crew, as long as you pay the staff enough, they don't care what you do to the rooms.
That is true.
And anyway, out of simple curiosity, I was perusing the remote access to the great archives on this planet, since I was once a student at the academy here for quite some time. And by simple chance, I came across this artifact, which, as many of you familiar with our virtual friend Bastion would remember, looks a lot like the devices that compose his construct.
You think it might be Qua then?
Yes. I tried to ask Bastion what he thought this was, but he only told me it was memory. So beyond that, I'm not entirely sure what this is. And
So,
in
like,
fact, the researchers in the Great Archives don't really know what it is either. They found it thousands of years ago, and they just shoved it in the archives thinking they would study it later, and no one really got around to it. To them, it just seems like a very pretty diamond, which they have named, just for the sake of naming it, the Diamond of Destiny.
Oh, by the way, just to get you up to speed, Erahard, we had an adventure a while back that was pretty significant where the team discovered a construct or an artifact they thought was from the Infinite Empire of the Rakata, but they actually discovered it was from the progenitors, not progenitors, but the race that actually uplifted the Rakata, named the Qua. And so this artifact, when paired with another similar artifact, created this virtual reality construct named Bastion, and that program has been responsible for all the Way Back Wednesday, Throwback Thursday missions where people get to do missions over with new characters. And the whole idea is that with these reruns, it's actually going into people's memories and letting them live through someone else's memories. So, yeah.
All right. And so Balken gestures to it and says, and so given the fact that we could probably put it to better use than the researchers in the Great Archives, I have decided to arrange for a mission for us to steal it. And with the help of Gristle and Nog here, and he gestures to the short Celestin and the big hairy creature behind the hollow tank.
Hi.
We have arranged for a perfect occasion to try and steal the diamond. Ugh.
Well, we haven't arranged everything. Part of it is opportunistic on our behalf, but
Well,
good timing nonetheless.
We're stealing from a public university.
More or less.
Yeah,
yes,
we can do that.
well, the Drall like to keep the secrets they've obtained and bury them deep. Why do you think the Great Archives is one of the biggest buildings in this city? Balken points out the window to the giant structure in the center of town.
So is this a Balkan project or a Borga project?
It is a project of my own design. However, that doesn't mean you'll all be walking out broke like you usually are.
Fair
So you
enough.
see, since you're going within the Great Archives, there will be several items of value you'll probably pass by on your way to the diamond. Should you take the opportunity to steal them, we could fence them off for some tidy profit.
It'll be like supermarket sweep.
So we're ransacking a museum.
We're only stealing what the researchers themselves don't understand.
I heard
gosh.
I heard the word ransacking. You immediately had my attention.
Honestly, I'm kind of looking over Erdo and just wondering if he's okay with this.
He's getting increasingly uncomfortable as they talk about ransacking.
There will, of course, be a chance to study whatever you take.
My problem is that if the stuff is rightfully belongs to the museum and is being appropriately studied and displayed for public consumption, I just can't justify taking those objects.
Well,
The Dralls have been stealing stuff from all over the galaxy
That's a
for
very good point.
millennia now. They all just store it, and everything that looks shiny to them they put in here, whether
Not
they
to
actually
mention-
study it or not. Why do you think the diamond ended up in there? And they haven't been looking at that right at all.
So
We're in the
Dralls are pretty
Corellia-
much a race of raccoons now. They take anything that looks
Balken
shiny.
has a very poor perception of his species since he's smarter than them.
Well, we're in the Corellia sector. If we leave these in the archive for too long, chances are the Empire's going to come along at some point and stamp them out completely.
That's
or
an
move them to a more
excellent
secure
point.
facility.
Good point.
Hey, Cal, you could stick with your, with your opinion and all that kind of stuff. I'll take your share. Don't worry.
That's not the issue.
Yes.
But one
well,
thing we really need to be careful because we're going back to the Corellian sector, and we all know what happened the last time we were here. So
Yes, well, that's why we should keep a low profile, which is where Gristle's part of the heist plan is. You see, at the time we will pull off this heist, I'll reveal this next part here. Actually, I'll reveal the whole damn thing. Going rogue. There will be a reception gala on the main floor, which will take most of the attention off the levels below the archives.
To be specific, it's a fundraising, essentially a seasonal celebration, so to say, where the Grand Archive will be hosting several exhibits from different museums around the planet. And as such, they'll be also entertaining many, many guests who are also have stakes in all of these different museums and things like that. Perfect chance for us to blend in and cause a little trouble.
Yes, Gristle shall lead one part of our group, who will remain on the main level to serve mostly as a diversion for the infiltration team that will go deep into the archives and take the diamond and whatever else catches your fancy. I was able to procure credentials that will get the infiltration team, which will include Nog, whose importance will come up later, down to the first level. And at that point, the infiltration team, no. At that point, the infiltration team will try to sequester Nog into one of the main data conduits that lead from that level to the security office. Once in position, Nog will slice, well, I guess not slice, that's my job. He will attach a remote access point for me to get at from this location, and Balken gestures to the computer terminals, where I will slice into the security office and basically keep them off balance. This will allow the infiltration team to, well, I guess trip up, if you don't take that as an insult, without immediately everything locking down. Nog will also be able to work on physical locks to make sure you're not boxed in.
And maybe cameras too. We'll see. I haven't gotten my hands on the physical stuff yet, but I have a good idea of what they have in there.
So how many of us are going to be able to blend into a fancy luncheon?
Funny you should ask. I had a talk with one of Borges Taylor's a few weeks back. Don't worry, I have all of your measurements. Don't ask how. But I do have a nice line of suits, if any of you should need one. I know Boj wouldn't need one, but anyone else who's interested would have to.
Besides
Obviously,
Bose, aren't you a
wear one to fit in.
superstar or something?
Super is a relative term.
Oh. Don't be so modest.
I'm still just uncomfortable at the measurements part, but
I was too, but he seemed to have them down pretty well.
yeah, that's what makes me so uncomfortable.
Ragesh is intrigued.
By the measurements?
How well these pants fit.
At just the right amount of room.
Well, Gristle does have proper measurements for everyone, but obviously everyone can't attend the party.
But it may be important for everyone to have a suit, in case they must return to the party.
Oh yes, that is a good point. The team that serves on the main floor as a diversion will probably not be able to be well armed. However, I am able to store all of our equipment into this. Balken points toward the far wall where you see a very large crate. It looks like it's attached with repulsor lifts to make it easier to move. I've specially modified this crate to contain all of our equipment and be disguised as a standard excavation storage unit. It goes up with your credentials that will allow you to be on the first floor. All you need to do is make sure none of the security personnel put this thing under a very powerful scanner. I've managed to insulate it so it can fool most market value models, but if they put this under something high-tech, it'll probably reveal what's inside.
Speaking of which, before we even go any further, please don't try to sneak in anything you can't fit in a suit.
Can I fit my gun in a suit?
Oh, no.
Is it a holdout model?
No.
If you have a holdout, you can fit in an ankle holster, maybe.
Put it in the crate.
Can you fit me in a suit?
No, but you're also a droid. I don't think
We
they'll
can
mind.
give you a nice paint job.
So Saber has a suggestion, since he is wielding an ancient sword, if you guys believe it could be passed off as a ceremonial sword. Something he would say that the formal wear in Nigeria usually does have a sword at the side.
If you are,
Ceremonial
if you're going to be a
saber.
part of, if you're part of the diversion team, you could totally go as like a Nigerian slave master, and I mean, no, seriously, and Ragesh can be your
feel
slave.
the scowl that you just made.
Yeah, I mean, you could totally have that ceremonial sword and stuff.
Saber would actually pull up the a of the formal, like Zygerian formal wear, and ask if anyone could tailor their suit to, or adjust the suit to make it more fitting to the Zygerian culture.
Oh, and even better, Rogesh can give you his whip so that you can hold it.
Oh gosh, I'm not so sure Saber's ready for that one, but
No, let's just scar him here.
Bad idea. Bad idea.
No, I'm just saying, just so that you wear it just to complete the whole theme.
the
I am not. Rogesh just have an excellent point. However, the ability to pass that off to the guards will be mostly up to, I guess, you and Rogesh. It might serve better to have it might serve the disguise better if you brought a slave along with you. And since it was Rogesh's idea,
Ultimately, it's up to you. I won't be entering with you as a group. So, if you get caught, it's on you.
oh God, yeah.
oh gosh. Yeah, Saber doesn't particularly like it, but if we believe it's the right way to go, he's going to just nod.
And for those of you who are feeling a bit naked at the prospect of having to just wear a suit into a place where danger may arise, I understand our new hire, or at least for the moment, Mr. Jagger, is at least a proficient armor smith. Thanks to his expertise, we've been able to modify the suit slightly to add a little more padding, so to say, for any danger that might arise.
Yeah, I can try. No problem.
All right. So I guess now would be the good time for us to divide the team based on skill. We need the diversion team and we need the infiltration team. It seems that at least for the moment, Saber and Rogesh will be part of the diversion team, but I guess for the moment I cannot tell you what to expect, depending on how. Sorry, this is me going out of turn. The infiltration team will need to move between the floors after they get to the first level by using various ductwork that surrounds the exterior of the basement levels. However, you can't just get into the air vents and go straight down. The vents keep connecting to the floors below them in a odd spiral sequence. Not to mention that at intervals they are shut off and the air is vented out of them. And in case any droids here think that that benefits them, the walls are also electrocuted. You can thank past failed attempts to steal artifacts from the archives for that.
I'm far too large to fit into any sort of like ventilation duct.
Well, there are large units that filter the air out of specific areas, especially since there are some areas made of specifically delicate artifacts that need to be kept at a certain environmental condition. So actually you can fit into one of those.
But I'm just saying, like, those are few and far between, and moving between exhibits and things like that would be, they're obviously going to use smaller ductwork.
Well, yes, but you can
But then again, I'm
move
super
between
strong,
the
so I can
levels.
just rip my way through the ceiling.
That itself may cause a few complications, but if you think that's within the realm of possibility, you're welcome to try.
Oh no, I'm not going to be in the infiltration team. There is no conceivable way Rock can be, or I can be stealthy, in any sense of the word. Plus, I kind of like the dynamic of Saber being the Zygerian slave master, Ragesh being the slave, and then me being sort of the slave driver, the one that keeps them in line. I kind of like that. Plus, it fits, you know.
It does.
All right, and then I
Well,
guess
we don't
that means 4 people, given Phi's claim. So that leaves 5 to go in the
We know Hawk's going for the diamond.
Yes, Erdo, if you have such reservations about stealing artifacts from the archives, perhaps you should go with the infiltration team as well. You could evaluate which artifacts should be left behind and which can be taken.
I think that would be for the best.
All right, so it seems that Rogesh, Saber, Rock, and Phi will be going with the distraction, and everyone else will be going for the infiltration. Balken does point out that the ducts that connect to separate levels are actually blind to the sensors because of... Actually, that is a good point. Where are you going, Boj?
I wasn't sure. I was gonna see. He's probably better suited for distraction, but then again, if we have enough people going up there, he might go along the other party just in case they need to talk their way out of something.
So you could go either way.
Well, as I was about to say, because the ventilation ducts are blind to the sensors, because they assume that the routine venting of atmosphere and electrocution would be enough to ward off any thieves, there is actually a point where a person in the ducts could rejoin the main floor, and someone on the main floor can go into the ducts and rejoin the infiltration team.
That's true. We don't have complete skins, but we do know there is a floor down there that the elevators do connect to.
So basically, there are chances in between the floors where the teams could augment their composition.
Okay.
Fair enough. I think Boj will stick to the distraction group for now.
All right, so that's a 5-4 split, as far as I can tell.
Yep.
All right, so are there any more questions for how we're going to pull this off?
Yeah, sorry. Are we going to receive some kind of special equipment?
That was weird.
Sorry? Okay, I was asking if we were going to receive some special equipment to do the infiltration, like toolkit or something like that, or a Black Ops data slicer, just in case.
I have provided with there are a few rudimentary basic kits.
Can everybody hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, we can hear you.
Yep.
Okay.
Yeah, so there are basic like toolkits, slicing kits. Don't expect anything advanced, but there is some equipment I provided for you in the crate.
Nog kind of speaks up. Actually, I wouldn't want to risk using my data breaker on the security system, so you can take mine while you're in there.
Okay. But
so you have Nog's Black Ops data breaker.
Okay, that's a normal data breaker, no?
It's the Black Ops one, so it's 2 boosts.
It's a Black Ops. Oh, that's good.
Yeah.
But you told us that you were going to provide those kits through the crate, not before for the infiltration kit?
Well, the infiltration team will be safe for the most part until they get to that first level and Nog lets me into the system. So you don't really need it until that point.
Okay.
Yeah, basically you're walking in the front door and then unpacking your stuff once you're already inside.
Okay.
When we get in the vents, will we be able to get our stuff, or we just go in there?
You'll have it in a box.
Excellent.
When you get Nog into position on that first level, you'll then a standard procedure would be to then equip yourselves. It will have all of our equipment, including the diversion teams, but they will not have access to it. You will have to bring it to them if you ever want to equip them. Which means you need to turn into a mule.
Key, you gonna let me borrow the H7?
Yeah, you wish.
Wow. This is just a question in-game question. Maybe I address Erdo and ask him if he's got social skills. Because I think that he will be more appropriate to go for the distraction team.
I'm not entirely sure what you may find in the lower levels. Someone
exactly. And
who
also
have a problem would be valuable.
And also, just RP-wise, like, Erdo has so much more of an angle to go down that way than to stay with the distraction team. I don't want to put words in Kale's mouth, but I can't see him not wanting to go where the artifacts are.
And Hawk definitely
that's
wants
a problem
to go.
because I've heard that I noticed that he's had some reservations about stealing stuff, so I'm trying to get rid of him.
It'll be okay.
I'm going with the infiltration team.
Okay.
Yeah, I got him. Yeah, don't worry. We'll make
If
sure
anything
he's fine.
goes wrong, Hal can just shoot him in the back.
No,
massive greed to outweigh the massive.
Hawk wouldn't shoot him in
mercilessness.
the back. That's too low.
Maybe with a stun blast.
Maybe.
All right. So if there are no more questions, the diversion team should go ahead and start to stagger themselves into, well, don't mean that literally, but the diversion team should seed themselves in the crowd at the Great Archive Gala while I get the infiltration team fully prepped. They'll enter in about 1 hour.
Okay.
All right. So at the moment, we're not going to split, but everyone in the diversion team will now basically have their own little encounter where they first enter the museum, and then the infiltration team will follow, and everyone gets to watch that.
And so for like hidden weapons and things like that, how are we dealing with those? Because Ragesh would like to obviously go in with his shock boots because they're boots.
Yeah, if it's something you can hide in like formal wear, like you won't be wearing like bags or backpacks or anything, but if it's something you can hide in like a suit, you can go ahead and try that.
Okay.
So, Erdo's Cortosis gauntlets are probably out.
Yeah, but at the same time, Erdos can just put his stuff in the box and not worry about that.
Got it.
You know,
But if he
since
comes on the floor
Ragesh,
wearing huge metal gloves, people might be a little confused.
right. Well, you know, actually, that's a good point because Ragesh is not wearing very much at all. So I'm going to give my palm shooter to Riz so that he'll have, or Key, so he'll have two. And let me see what the poison's that. Well, actually, I'll let you put in whatever poison you want. So I just give you an extra palm shooter.
Okay, cool.
Yeah, then since this is more your area, you can go ahead and GM this stuff.
All right, so we're getting ready. Okay.
Yeah, and since you have Rogesh for the moment, I guess everyone in the infiltration team will be leaving with me in a minute.
So is Ragesh the only one trying to sneak things in?
Oh, the only thing I'm just with boots. That's it.
Okay.
That's the only. Well, and then the whip, but I'm giving that to either Rock or Saber to carry, just to hide in the disguise.
Yeah, and then Saber will just be wearing his ancient sword as if it's ceremonial. So there's not going to be an obvious.
Yeah. So this is essentially the city rather of Mastigophorus, and it's the total pronunciation there. Yeah, got it. Anyway, it's all dark. It's all technically inside a giant dome because that's the way the cities work on Drall. So little nice spotlights are kind of up in front of the entrance, and a lot of speeders are pulling up through the drive and everything. Everyone here is kind of packed into either. Well, it depends. Would you guys all come separately, or would you come in the same like speeder van?
Oh, Balkans have not come separately. The infiltration team's still waiting at the hotel.
Okay.
Boja's probably going to be separate from the whole slave group.
And Gristle's going ahead of everyone, essentially.
Yeah, so I guess it would be Rock, me, and Rogesh going together because we're connected.
All right. Yeah, and you see a giant banner out front that says seasonal fundraiser, and there's a ton of people in dresses and suits, mostly Drall. There are a lot of humans and like Celestins and things like that because Drall has a lot of like immigrated species, but not too many. At the front, there's definitely a security presence that's noticeable outside. Just a few guards. See some Drall like standing up on the walls almost, not on the walls, but rather like on the roof. And there are a few out front that are sort of scanning people idly as they come up the stairs. They're being very official about it because they're Drall and they're not really very sociable at all times. So they would definitely ask you guys to submit to a quick search. They're not like patting people down. They're just kind of doing a little scanny scan.
Yeah, so Saber, with his augmented suit that obviously has like, it sort of does look like a military uniform, the formal wear on Sigeria with some ribbons and stuff like that on there. He has his hand as he's walking just on the hilt of his sword at his side.
Sir, you know you're carrying a sword in here, right? Just making sure.
It's ceremonial.
Like, it's still a sword, right? You can still kill someone with a sword.
There's a. This is a part of what it means to be Zygerian. You won't be taking it from me.
All right. It's a little above my pay grade.
Oh, that went well.
He doesn't seem to. Actually, what's your? You have fearsome ranks, right?
Oh yeah. Actually, it's at hard now. So.
It's at hard. All right. 1 second. Yeah. It's like, do whatever you want, buddy. Just, please don't take it out if someone can see you.
Saber doesn't really even acknowledge him and just pushes past.
Yeah, he kind of looks at Rock and he's like, oh, God. I'm not touching this one. And then Rugesh, who's obviously not wearing a whole lot, he's like, yeah, okay. I didn't know this is a costume party. But yeah, for the most part, security at the front isn't very extensive. Things are very clear and nice.
So you just want to say everyone got in, unless
Yeah.
Phi wants to have her own little scene with a
Yeah.
ceremonial baradium bomb.
Did she actually bring in Baradium?
You're muted. In case you don't know. Or you're not here. Alright, fine. There goes that joke.
Pretty
Alright.
sure Phi doesn't have Beridium. Let's just.
Yeah.
No Baradium.
Let's hope not.
That would have been a funny scene. Anyway, alright, so the diversion
That was a joke.
team staggers themselves into the place, and then next up is the infiltration team.
I would like to see the civilization where the missile tube is ceremonial and worn at all times.
Mandalorian. So the infiltration team arrives. A couple people could be pushing the floating crate that is allegedly called for, and Nog leads the group with the false credentials provided by Balken. The security guard, still pissing himself at the sight of Saber, looks at the credentials, doesn't see anything wrong, and lets the group further in. Everyone in the diversion team can see, the party parts ways for the dirty scientists as they make their way to one of the elevators, and they make their way down to the first floor. And I guess this would be the part where we would split. However, I just noticed something. This is not, Ben, this isn't your version, but since Tommy's hosting, Rogesh has to stay, so I'm not sure how we can switch out campaigns.
Ooh. Well, maybe we could just split into 2 different ones and then make a 3rd one later. I don't know.
Is there a way I could perhaps quit?
Wait. Will this link stay?
Yeah. This link should stay.
Okay, yeah, we'll just split into 2 then and then come back to this one.
Oh, all right. So I guess everyone leave, and I'll make one, and Ben will make one. And if you're in the infiltration team, join mine. If you're in the diversion team, join Ben's.
Yep.
Okay.
Okay. See you guys a bit.
All right. See you.
Okay. Bye.
All right, I'm here. Yeah, so for us, we'll be using the alternative dossier, although I don't know. Well, yeah, we might need it, so.
Let's see.
Yeah,
And
we'll use that one. Hooray. I'll put the link in there.
Can always do some social encounter strain stuff.
Indeed.
Thank you kindly.
Let's see. Here's some audio testing. Some crowd talking. Just make sure that's at a comfortable level. And before we start everything up, you guys can roll your destiny since we're doing that separately.
Rolling.
Oh man, Saber's gonna take that light side right away. Do we have everyone? I guess Kyle.
1, 2, 3, 4.
Why must you destroy everything that is good?
Oh,
Hey!
Hey,
Go
Saber
by.
rolled double light.
Vi's the savior. She's got that good luck. Alright. So, I wasn't actually planning on doing the weapon search before, but that's all out of the way anyway. Since you guys aren't carrying a whole lot in here that's dangerous, except for Rock, because Rock's just dangerous in general.
Thank you. Thank you for noticing.
Let's see, though.
Saber's a weapon. Only weapon is his mind.
Yes. So actually,
Slash.
before even today, after the briefing the other day, Gristle would have taken everyone in the infiltration team aside to sort of explain to them the circumstances. So, as everyone knows, this is a seasonal fundraiser for all of the different museums here on Drall, because they have a lot of them. Trust me, I've had to look through the list. There's a museum for everything here.
There's a museum of museums.
You're not wrong, actually. You'd be surprised.
Can we go visit that one? We're done stealing things from here.
So I'd assume that, yeah, there would be, maybe in the Museum of the Outer Rim, a section on Zygeria.
I would imagine so, yes. But tonight, essentially, there'll be a main party where they're doing general fundraiser, boring bullshit, you can imagine. But at the same time, there are 4 main exhibit areas on the main floor. Well, rather on the main level. And they'll each be hosting a different exhibit from some of the different museums around Drall. The exhibits that they'll be hosting for the next season, so this is all new stuff, things they've recently discovered. They won't all be open immediately. They'll be opening one at a time throughout the night. They haven't posted a schedule or anything, so we're not exactly sure when each one's going to open. But they all hold something at least semi-valuable. But our main goal here, see, because the infiltration team is sort of doing something that would normally not be very safe. The security will be probably all eyes on them if they're left to their own devices, which is why it's our duty to spread around the attention, so to say. Essentially, keep them on their toes and keep their attention off of the lower levels for as long as we can.
I imagine a Zygerian Archduke walking around with a sword would be a bit, gather quite a bit of their attention.
Don't forget,
Drall is like an 8-foot tall murder
With
bot.
my giant slave body, my giant slave driving droid and the slave with me.
For a time, perhaps, but they may quickly get bored of you. Who knows?
Oh no, Rock can be quite a handful when he wants to be, and he will be a
So
very.
in the night before, Saber actually does do some research and picks I shared earlier. So he's going to be claiming to be Archduke Franz Uradel.
All right. Okay, so just know that you might want to act with a little restraint at some points. Because while the distraction is all well and good, acting a little too rashly might have some bad consequences. Especially if you can't keep their attention. Just putting that out there, I'll leave the rest to you. I'll be going in alone and doing my own thing. If any of you get hurt, come to me, or if you need my attention for anything.
Well,
Code word will be... Oh, sorry?
Oh, no, go ahead and finish your thought. I was going to add something.
If you need me for anything, the code word is haberdashery. Put it into a sentence or something.
Will do.
I'll meet you in the bathroom.
Isn't that a hat store?
Yes, that's what it is.
Alright, so we gotta work in a hat store, no conversation.
Yes.
Alright. Yeah, my safe word is teacup. That seems a
What
little
we say,
easier.
Ragesh?
You know, actually, I'll bring it up when we're actually there.
Okay. So everything else proceeds as normal. Unless anyone has any other concerns, you guys all obviously get loaded in. Things are very nice on the outside. There are spotlights waving around. You kind of walk into the main atrium area, which is made of tall pillars, and there are different banners of Drall clans, and the ceiling is not glass, but it's open air, but it's sort of weather shielded, so it appears completely open, but it's nice and warm and not wet or anything inside.
Oh, is there a picture for that? We're still in the title image.
No.
Okay.
There is kind of some, but none that I'm going to use, really. This is the picture Jack had for the General Archives, but we're obviously not there. It's obviously just very library-looking.
Is that Joe Costa new?
I'd assume so. I didn't make this picture. I didn't choose this one.
Yeah, she's in all the archive shots.
When you guys walk in, this is the general map you see, and it does have some details on the different exhibits that are going to be in each of the sections. And the main atrium is obviously where you're entering, and then you see quite a large crowd of people filtering into the Grand Hall, which is in the center, which is an absolutely massive room. It spreads hundreds of yards across, and the ceiling is a massive, essentially sort of glass dome that's kind of braced by Durasteel bars and things like that. You guys walk in, there's a nice crowd going, and there's like a band setting up in the corner. You see some guys start playing a little piano. Things are starting to get good. And you are free to do whatever you like. You see a lot of interesting people around. You can get to it whenever you need to.
Are we in the main atrium area?
Yeah, you're heading through there to the Grand Hall.
Okay. Let me know when we get when we enter the Grand Hall.
So I assume Rock would be interested in looking at the droid brain.
And the weapons, but
something of note is that Saber does have the crown of Zygeria on him. If we want to try and find someone, it could be considered a museum piece,
Great conversation piece.
Yeah, if we wanted it to be a distraction, we can find, or if we wanted to talk to someone who curates a museum on the Outer Rim or something like that.
Alright. Well, since Fi's looking for the most influential Drall, actually, as you enter the Grand Hall, you see...
Well, hold on.
Oh, sorry, go ahead. What's going on?
As we enter the Grand Hall, Rock, in a very booming voice, will announce, now entering Archduke Franz Urdel of the glorious Zygerian Slavers Guild. And he'll take the whip and he'll crack it above his head.
Oh god, alright. So a lot of people turn their heads at that. You see some people are more concerned, some people are laughing and are kind of entertained by this. Can Brandon not hear us? I'm not sure.
No, I can hear you. Was it Jeff that was speaking?
Yeah, he was.
Oh, I couldn't hear him at all.
Oh, are you serious? I heard him.
That's a Hangouts thing. Sometimes they'll make it so one person can't hear just one other person.
Okay, I'm gonna reload just to be safe.
In the meantime, while he's reloading, is there any sort of, charity gambling going on by chance?
Yeah, there's some tables in one of the corners. The room is massive, so on one side you have a stage with some tables set up around it. You have, obviously, the band set up.
Hey, Jeff, do you wanna say something?
Sure, testing.
I can hear you this time.
He's talking.
So in the Grand Hall, are there some seats for people around the edges to kind of sit down and just take in the sights, or is it mostly everyone standing up?
Yeah.
No, there are chairs and tables around pretty much everywhere. I mean, just stuff that's kind of scattered for people to sit on if they want. You see people lounging and talking pretty much everywhere.
So actually, Rogesh, without even saying anything to Saber, as soon as Saber sits down, Rogesh is totally going to start doing kind of acrobatic moves around him, so that it's almost like an artistic lap dance where he's being fed grapes while Rogesh is doing handstands with one arm while he's feeding his slave master.
Go on.
Tommy check. You can tell me how elaborate Rogesh wants to make this show sort of thing. Maybe a coordination on it.
Yeah, I would love to do Handstand, since he's not actually flipping around, just balancing wise, I think it would be hard.
Yeah, I'd agree with that.
All right, so hard, and then And would you say that I get a boost for the lack of clothing, so I'm able to move very freely?
Yeah, you're definitely more noticeable than anyone else. Everyone else is dressed up, and you're sort of standing out quite a bit. So yeah.
All right.
Nice. So people are definitely interested in what's going on. It's not quite what they've expected from the previous seasonal fundraisers.
And actually, one thing I like to do is, Brandon, what's your discipline?
It is 3 red. Well, it's I've got 3 ranks, and it's Sabers at willpower 6. So.
Wow.
3 and 3.
Yeah.
But
So
you're
3.
cool.
So it's 3. It would be 3 red, 3 purple.
Yes.
So actually, I'm going to do this just for fun. Rogesh is going to do a deception check to flirt with you.
Okay. I'm not going to activate my ranks in intimidating, but you are going to have to deal with nobody's fool.
Okay.
So that's going to be 4 red, 2 purple.
4 red, 2 purple. Okay. And I mean, even if it doesn't work, it's just like, yeah, I'm just playing around. But yeah, like he's totally getting into this whole thing, and you know.
You're gonna break Saber's heart.
Oh.
So let's see here. I've got 4, 1. I mean, he's got the advantage, but can I get a boost because, like, you know, I'm looking pretty good right now. And after that, oh, can I use my? I'm feeding him grapes upside down. Like, can I get some boost from that?
Yeah, sure. So wait, your deception is aimed at who exactly?
At him, at Saber.
Okay.
Actually, I'm trying to flirt with Saber, deception-wise, though.
I gotcha. So your deception is essentially like trying to get him to play along? Or are you
No,
actually
this is
trying
actually
to...
just a
He doesn't
personal
mean it.
Ragesh thing. Like,
Okay, yeah.
Does
yeah.
it? Does it? Will Saber realize that it's just a feint, basically?
right, exactly. But otherwise, maybe he won't. He'll be like, oh, is Ragesh actually into me? It's like, no.
Alright, yeah, you can get a boost for that.
Okay, how many boosts can I get from the results that I rolled?
From
Feeding
the
grapes
results,
upside down.
I'll give you 2.
Sweet. And just cause I'm gonna flip for that. Okay, here goes. Yeah!
Oh
Wow!
Yeah. So I guess Saber is a little taken aback by this. You see some of his fur stand on in a little bit.
And so since he is now actually like convinced, as if I do future like performance type stuff with him like this, can I get a boost for the crowd because they can totally see that the slave master is like, oh hell yeah, I'm into the slave.
Yeah, you're playing with the sort of slave master man-on-man dynamic here. You have the attention of a lot of people.
Okay.
Some people are fanning themselves.
Right.
Some might have like faint in the distance.
Rock's
Okay.
going to do his best to, or Rock's just going to like step forward and like keep people from crowding too close. And if people do start pushing in, he's going to crack the whip above their heads and tell them all to.
Tell him first 2 rows may get wet.
Oh god.
Wet zone.
All right, and can I just take that thread as a strain?
Sure. Yeah, you're bending a little too hard. Speaking while you're sort of over backward is a little straining.
All right, cool. So as I pop another grape into his mouth, I give him a wink.
Oh man. Playing with the hearts of the audience here.
Oh yeah.
So yeah, like I said before, when Brandon wasn't here, there are some guys that are sort of big burly guys who look like they're kind of stuffed into their suits, and they're all sort of itching at their cuffs and looking pretty nervous. At least a little bit, and they're kind of tracking around the party. Some of them are sticking together, but they're mostly staying separate. And
Do the
Rock
suits
was
look-
curious about them.
Yeah, so I'm going to ask, and I'm just going to whisper into Saber's ear and point them out, and ask him, those people really do, tell him those people tend to stand out more. So just, if Saber could do the perception, and then I want to ask, like, are the suits, like, cheap looking, or do they look like they're of a noticeable quality difference than everyone else here?
Oh yeah, they look pretty cheap.
So Saber isn't one for perception. He's not particularly cunning. But if we want to go talk to them, he could probably tell if they're lying.
Okay.
Although he couldn't tell. Rogesh was just playing with him, playing with his poor heart.
That was a rock level leadership role though. Like
He was rolling
awesome.
5 yellow though. That's still pretty good.
Oh, that's excellent roll.
So would I need to do any vigilance rolls for something that Rock wants me to look for in particular, or should we just go over and start talking to them?
I'd point them out to you first.
Actually, you can give me like a, let's say, hard vigilance just for something, but you can still approach them no matter what. Yeah. So as Saber's kind of, after Rock sort of points them out, Saber keeps his eye on them, and he sees these guys kind of mill around. They rotate sort of around the room a few times, and they kind of trade words with each other every time they move past. Throughout the Grand Hall, in addition to all the party going, there's also a few like smaller artifact sort of encasement areas where they have like, you know, small little things that like things that the museum is famous for, and they're just kind of like laying about. One of them's like this stone tablet that's like the first mathematical equation ever etched by a Drall, stuff like that. And these guys are kind of circling around that, and you see them sort of touching their ears and talking to each other, and it looks like they're definitely not as focused on the party as everyone else.
Yeah, so Saber will stand up and with his let's see, sort of guide himself with Rogesh over to them and just ask them, is this your first function?
Yeah, so a Twi'lek, kind of a bigger looking Twi'lek, sort of forces himself to the front of this little group. And we've been around a few times. What's it with you? What are you doing here? You don't look like you've been here too much either, Mr. Whip Sword Man.
That is Archduke Franz Uradel, if I'll have you know.
Uh-huh.
The Cold World's... Yeah, sorry.
And when he speaks with, after the Twilight says that, I'd like to get in his face and say, you remember who you're talking to, Worm.
Oh gosh.
Show proper respect.
I'm just talking. You talk to me. I'm just talking back, okay?
But you will show the proper respect.
You don't know, man. I could be a general myself. You don't know that.
Are you?
No, but
then you will show the proper respect.
All right, whatever you want, buddy. I'm not here for trouble.
With that, Rock will relax back up.
So actually, while Rock is doing that, I'm going to use Rock as like a moving platform for me to do like more handstands and stuff.
All right.
Just in the
continuing
background.
to dance while we're... I assume you were like dancing all around while we were like walking over to these people too.
Yeah, absolutely.
So
Maybe
now
just
that
like
there's
leading
actually...
off with like the whip, like it's a leash or something on me.
So we're actually drawing the crowd's attention while we're talking to them as well.
Yeah. And actually, because of that, this guy looks pretty leery of that. He's looking in between you two and then looking at the crowd that's gathering. He's like, yeah, did you want something? I'm kind of busy here.
Oh, I thought this was a charitable function. You should be appreciative that I will talk to you.
Oh, I could totally see Surly saying, "And you look like you're in need of charity."
Oh, gosh.
Well, yeah, I know it's a charity function, but you don't look like a very charitable guy, if you know what I'm saying. You're carrying around a sword looking pretty scary. I don't know, what do you want from me? Your lordship?
So
actually,
I don't know
when
if
he
I wanted
says
to ask...
that, oh, sorry. Go ahead. I was gonna have Rogesh do something though about the sword because he said the sword looked scary.
Do you want me to just take out the sword first?
Maybe you can hand it to Ragesh, and Ragesh can totally do a whole like sword swallowing thing.
Oh,
man.
So, Saber actually draws the sword quite delicately and actually presents it to where the Twi'lek can see it, and he explains to him, this is a very important sword for my people. It's quite ornamental, as you can see, and of course, being an ancient sword, it actually has like etchings and all sorts of other things onto it. You guys would know that it's the sword of House Intel, so it's the royal house's a sword, but most people wouldn't know that. So it looks quite impressive, but just by itself. And so he says, we Zygerians do not wear swords without purpose.
And what's the purpose of that one? Trying to scare the shit out of me or something?
It's not your fear that I desire, it's your respect.
Well, alright, you got it, buddy. You brought a sword to a party. That's pretty cool. I respect you.
Rock would just like to comment that he's not that though Archduke the Archduke should be feared, he's not the one to be afraid of right now.
Yeah, and he's not like threatening him with the sword. He's actually like holding it out in his hands. It's not in a threatening gesture. So if Ragesh wants to try.
Absolutely, I want to do the whole sword swallowing thing, just so it's
gosh.
oh, this isn't a dangerous sword.
Oh man, got a monumolecular edge. Just
has Ragesh ever swallowed a sword before?
Many.
I'm not sure what to take of that. But I don't think this
he
is
is a professional performer, so I mean.
Yeah, totally. Back in his circus days, absolutely.
Yeah.
I don't know what you guys were thinking about. So
Man,
what's
I'm
the
not sure
difficulty?
I'm not sure what the difficulty on swallowing a sword would be, especially if it's one that's not made for swallowing.
It would probably be a coordination versus like hard or daunting than you just take that damage.
And we could say that like if it starts to damage like at the start, it's not like he's going to keep going. You know?
Although there probably should be a challenge dice in there, so if it despairs, it crits.
Oh God! Medic for my
Something like
slave,
that.
but that could work as a distraction. So hey.
So he's doing this all himself. He's taking the sword himself and trying to do everything. He's not like getting help from anyone.
Yeah, I mean, Saber will actually will give an unskilled boost. Yeah, we'll say that actually Saber presents him with the sword as he comes over.
Kind of just gives him a look. Swallow my sword.
Oh God.
So yeah, what's the difficulty?
Yeah, so we'll give it I'll say swallowing a sword, man. I'll say daunting, and I'll upgrade it. And yeah.
Okay, so
Really
1 red, 3 purple.
Yes.
Coordination. Okay.
Mhm.
I'm gonna flip that. And can I get a boost for my history as a circus performer? Sword
Yeah,
swallower?
absolutely.
Yay. Okay. Oh God. Here goes. Oh! Oh wait, I didn't roll for the skilled assistance or the unskilled assistance, so I get 1 more boost die. Yes!
Hey!
All right.
Nice. So Ragesh sort of goes down with it, and then he acts like he almost like killed himself with the sword, but then sort of takes it out and is like, I gotcha.
And he's totally giving Saber the eye as he swallows the saber.
Oh gosh.
That's what he's going to use the advantages for. Half on Saber,
man.
half on the crowd.
Okay.
All right. So while you guys are close to this Twi'lek guy, he's watching this like, what the hell? Who are these people? But while you're close to him, anyone can make a daunting perception. Vigilance can't be used for this.
Can't.
Cannot.
Okay. Then I don't think I should roll it. My 1 green.
Rock will try it. He's got 1 green.
You said it was a daunting perception?
Nope. Yeah, daunting perception.
Sweet.
Oh, nice.
As Ragesh is swallowing the sword, out of the corner of his eye, he sort of gets a look at the Twi'lek, and he notices that he's actually carrying a blaster under his at his ankle, under his pants.
So after this display, Saber will look to the Twi'lek and say, "We're obviously here to enjoy ourselves. What are you here for?"
I'm here on behalf of my Lord and Master, Borga the Hutt.
Hello.
Okay. Let's roll that deception, and Saber will be intimidating. So he'll take a strain for that to make that 5 red, 1 purple.
You mean you're assuming this guy's deceiving you?
Yeah. Well.
Yeah, might as well.
Yeah. I wanna know in any case whether or not he is. Could someone? I don't have a saved any things. Can I get the dossier, the alternative?
Oh yeah. 1 second. I got it right here. Oh, someone else got it too. All right, good.
Thank you.
You say it was 5 red?
5 red, 1 purple.
1 purple. All right. Yeah, let's go for it.
Nice.
It didn't show up. I actually don't see it, but I think he failed.
Yeah, he failed.
Just a
Failed
flat
with a threat. Yeah.
Okay.
So no despairs.
So this guy seems like he's sort of telling the truth. You don't think that he's actually working for Borga, but you do know that he is familiar with Borga and that he may think he's working for him in some capacity or something like that.
So while this is going on, I am still kind of like, doing my thing around Saber, and I whisper to him, like, but just in his ear, making it look like I'm just doing, like, my slave, like, master. But I tell him about the blaster, and I do the same for Rock, just so they know that the guy has a blaster.
Okay.
All right.
So really, the glorious Borga Basadi. And what does Borga desire of you attending this party?
I'm just a representative, I'm keeping a lookout. He likes some of this stuff. He wants me to make sure everything's going right. And from the thread on his deception, you can tell that's not the truth.
Do you think that maybe, and this is out of character, sorry if this is too much metagaming, but I'm kind of thinking that maybe we can reveal ourselves as other agents of Borga and kind of call him out so that, it's like...
I wouldn't say agents. Let's say we're associates of Borga's.
But I'm wondering, would that be the best thing to do? Because...
probably not. Because so long as he thinks that we're not on, so long as he believes that we're not onto him, he's going to continue doing what he's doing.
Good point. Yeah.
But if we call him out on that, then it's going to force them to move up their timetable and do something drastic.
Okay, good point. So yeah.
But there is something I do want to do, Ben. I want to take a moment to actively scan the room to see where the second cell of these agents are, if there is another group of them.
Yeah, so they're actually, since you started talking to them, they've kind of floated closer by. So they're all standing fairly close to you, but are still scattered a little bit through the crowd.
Are they surrounding us? Like in that
Not
sort
really
of family?
surrounding. They're actually more standing behind him.
Okay. Okay, good. Because if things come to blows, obviously it's going to be Objective 1, protect Saber, but then Objective 2, murder all of them.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't think that's going to happen in the Grand Hall, though.
It might. If we did what you said and revealed ourselves, it may cause them to do that or something else. But I just wanted to make sure they weren't surrounding us, because that's just really bad tactically for us.
Yeah, well, I think Rogesh has already drawn a crowd just that are watching him and obviously being drawn to these people as well. So if they tried anything, that would be an immediate problem for them.
Yeah.
But yeah, I agree. I don't think we should tell them that we are associates of Borga, just because we don't want to play our hand too early.
Yeah.
We already know that they're lying, but we don't know what they're really doing here, who they're really working for.
Good point.
If it's a rival hut, I mean, it could be like they're trying to get Borga's name out there to frame him for stealing something, or you know.
So maybe mention something like huts' names shouldn't be thrown about so lightly.
Yeah, I like that. To be in the employ of such a hut and to use his name so willingly, I find that quite interesting, Mr. And that's what he would actually be saying to him.
Yeah. Mr. Vane, thank you. Well, like I said, I'm a representative. I use his name because he asked me to, that's it.
You have some interesting ideas about what huts want.
Yeah, well, you got some interesting ideas about what I want right now, okay? I'm just trying to have a party, have some fun. You're talking to me, asking like I'm some kind of criminal right now. Feeling a little persecuted. Just a slave driver.
With that, I'll
Can
sort
I
of
go now?
I'd like to sidle next to him and just clasp my hand around his shoulder like in a buddy sort of way, and go. Then relax, friend. We can't. Master Uradel noticed that you and your compatriots were looking very nervous at this party, and so we just wanted to come over and maybe help you lighten up and loosen up.
We've brought the party to you.
Well, yeah, you're right, Mr. Metal Pants there. I am feeling very nervous because you get your big giant hands all over my fucking shoulders right now.
Oh,
I'm trying to have some fun, and you're crowding me, okay?
All right, I'll take my hand off and go. Well then, have fun.
Yeah, you too. Yeah. He kind of backs off through the crowd as quickly as possible. And over the sort of PA you hear, now opening in the southeastern hall, the strange weapons from a less civilized time exhibit is now open for viewing. Some groups of people start filtering out through the hallways and down toward the southeastern area to take a look. So the hall's a little less crowded now, but yeah.
I'll look to Saber. Go, Mr. Adele. Would you like to go? Would you like to peruse that exhibit?
Certainly. As he, I assume that Rogesh has given him back his sword by this point, right?
Sure.
He'll take a cocktail napkin and wipe it off a bit, and then sheath it.
Yeah. As you guys pass down that way, you pass Crystal, who sort of looks at you, and then in passing, he's like, remember, there's more things here than what they're showing you. If you want to take something, what's valuable might not be plain to see. Also, the other places might be a little easier to get into while there are less people around. Just offering some advice. I'm still having my fun here too.
Oh, but I thought that we always wanted to stay in sight so that we could keep a diversion out from the other team.
Not necessarily.
Okay.
What's happening right now is, if the other team starts drawing attention to themselves, all of security's attention will be on them. Which means, you guys potentially in that event, or even before that event, would want to, draw more attention to you than to them.
We're plan B.
Got it.
Yeah.
Okay.
But then in the meantime, there are also things up here that are quite valuable that you could take for a little take of your own, if things are going smoothly.
I guess just in the Grand Hall, was there... we need to do a perception check to see what's around.
As far as artifacts go, not really. Most of them are up in the front. They're kind of lined up through the center of the room. Like I said, there was that tablet that's sort of in a glass case, and then there are some other very basically Drall-centric items. It's like the first plans for like the dome cities and things like that. But it's all very simple Drall stuff. Seems like the more valuable things are going to be these 4 exhibits that are now set up, because they're all newer stuff that hasn't been put on display before.
Let's check them out.
Yeah, and I mean, but he had suggested that things might be hidden. I mean, what would we need to do to be looking for that kind of stuff?
What he meant essentially was that other things may be more valuable than what is put in the center. Like how each exhibit has like a centerpiece, which is like the focus of the thing. There may be other things there that are more valuable that aren't the centerpiece, just because people may have perceived them wrongly.
By the way, are there any like super? I mean, there are noticeably rich people around here, right?
Oh yeah, a lot of them.
So I'm thinking, just as an idea, guys, since people have been noticing this whole like slave dance thing, performance thing, people might come up to the Archduke and say like, hey, do you have slaves for sale? And if Ragesh is like doing a little performance for someone else, maybe I could do a skullduggery check to like maybe pilfer some
Pick
stuff.
some pockets.
Yeah. And also, Rock, do you have like an internal storage unit area?
No, I don't have any hidden storage capabilities. The Balken didn't get around to doing anything like that. So unfortunately, no. Yeah, it's all muscle strands or control circuitry.
Well, I guess so. Ben, I mean, is there anything that would definitely jar our eye on people around?
I mean, yeah, there's a few pieces of fine jewelry scattered about, like on a bunch of different people, things like that. Like I said, there are some pretty noticeable, like what appears to be like Drall matriarchs and things like that, who are have their nice processions and things.
It might be hard to grab something without them noticing a little bit later on. So
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know if I'd do that.
I want to say, if we get a chance, I also, if this is a possibility, Ben, I'm probably going to go ahead and keep gambling as something comes up. But, if there happens to be a less than moral museum curator who has a penchant for gambling as well, who wants to, wager,
gamble away some of the exhibits.
That's a great
Gamble
idea.
some pieces.
Yeah, so let's go back into that. Give me a hard cool check for your continued gambling.
Okay. And just a question, are advantages having much of an effect? I ask because I have double or nothing, and I'm debating whether it would be useful to... Right now it only does advantages.
They are having some effect, but they may have more effect depending on what you guys end up doing, so who knows.
Okay, for now I'm not going to then. Hard?
Yeah.
Okay. Jeez, 3 of those
Alright.
rolled blank.
Yeah, from this end you take away another like 800 from this group.
Cool.
More people are gathering. You do actually see the curator sort of floating around. He's also a drink or two in. He seems to be enjoying everything. Obviously, fundraising season is what gets him going.
Right.
He likes it a lot.
Pledge drive week.
Definitely a day of celebration for him rather than advertisement, because he likes the money more than he likes getting the word out. Maybe because he's already seen this huge crowd that's been drawn.
Nice. Cool.
So
I'll
yes.
wait the next roll.
The rest of you are headed down to that exhibit in the southeast.
And what kind of weapons are these?
So there's a large assortment of them. Most of them are of like some aged brownish metal, and they're all kind of arrayed in a big circle around the edge of the room, and people are kind of walking in it like a circuit. And there are a lot of people in here with you, obviously, because they're all sort of just browsing everything. The centerpiece, which is the oldest functioning blaster in the galaxy, is in the center of the room. It's like embedded almost in like this metal mold. Like it would be really hard to get it out because it's like got a sheet of like plasteel over the top, and it's like set into this metal block that's like molded to the way it is, and it's really plain looking. It's like a brown metal tube with like another little like hose coming out of it that's attached to like this really not ergonomic at all like block handle. And the trigger is like nothing. It's like a button that's on the bottom of it. It looks very, very unimpressive. But a lot of people are really excited about it.
So, we'll take a little while just to peruse the exhibits. I guess, is there anything that does, since it's all like ancient weapons and things, is there anything that doesn't really stand out as being an old, like an ancient weapon, or anything that's sort of encased in like mostly rock or anything else?
Not necessarily rock. There's this weird sort of blocky, almost wooden contraption that looks like it sort of fits over someone's shoulder. There are a few rocks next to it. It's like an ancient catapult almost kind of thing. There's also like this metal box with some slits. It looks like in there like these metal crescent blades almost next to it. Looks like it kind of shoots those out. There's also like a backpack thing that has a little hose on it connected to a small nozzle thing also in one of the corners. Well, that one's kind of out of the way.
Okay.
What's the like description that's on the backpack thing?
It just says ancient energy weapon, and it's got some like designation for like the museum code essentially, like where they would put it in the archive. And Saber, do you have Force Sense?
No.
Okay. Well, as Saber's in this room, he does feel sort of like this lingering feeling that does end up sort of wafting gently toward this item. And there are also a few like crystals and things in another like set-in display on one of the walls.
Don't you have Seek? Can't you use that or something?
That's to find things. Like that TV remote.
Or your keys?
Yeah. Where did I put my lightsaber this time? Okay. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, yeah, that's part of Saber's character is that he can't open himself to the Force enough to be able to use sense. But if he's drawn to this backpack, yeah, he might focus on it quite a bit. Obviously, he's not really sure what to make of it.
Yeah, it does look extremely curious. There's not much documentation or anything on it. There is barely a description. It looks like the museum maybe hasn't been able to get it to work very well, if at all, which is why it's not really covered by anything. It's just kind of sitting in a case with no sort of visible security surrounding it. But yeah, he gets that impression. It's a little more dark than anything else, but it's still there.
So I mean, if I reach out with the dark side of the Force, what sort of interaction would that have with it?
If you reach out, like, is he trying to manipulate it, or is he sort of trying to connect himself with it on like a non-physical level?
Yeah, I mean, it's he's not going to touch it per se if it's in a case, but he is just going to like outstretch the. It would be like he's focusing for a Force move, but he doesn't really intend to move it. He's just sort of channeling the energy of the Force into it.
Yeah. He can see the piece at the end of the hose that connects to the backpack. You can see it, like, jiggle beneath the glass. Just a little bit.
Hmm. Interesting.
Indeed.
Yeah, I'm not sure how much attention he wouldn't want to like take it or anything probably, but yeah, I mean, if there's like,
Yep. And this is all sort of like a period of perusal. Like, they don't intend to keep this open for a long time. They're basically just letting people do a walkthrough of this exhibit while it's open for the moment. So as you linger on this, people are kind of ushering you along and trying to get you to move through the hallway back to the Grand Hall.
Okay. And there's really nothing else of interest that are in there, aside from like the shoulder-mounted like ancient catapult, that ancient energy weapon, and the metal box with the crescent blades.
Yeah, I mean, there's plenty of weapons in here. There are spears and some like weird glaive things, some definitely ancient Solonian weapons and stuff like that, but nothing that looks super exotic. It's mostly just because of the age factor. That's why they're here.
Okay. Rock will linger on some of the glaives, reminiscing about, I believe it was Hunting for Answers 3, where he was stabbed by that red energy glaive that really messed him up from that big dude.
Yeah, none of them look quite like that. They don't look like they have any outputs for energy on them.
Okay. But he'll just linger on them for a moment, just reminiscing, and a shudder will run down his servos, just slightly.
Oh, is there any sort of lore check Saber can do on that other item?
Oh, yeah, absolutely, but it'll be pretty hard. Let's say daunting, and I'll upgrade it.
Okay. Is there...
Not to interject, but where could Fi be close by and maybe offer assistance?
Yeah, she could have just been with him. It's fine.
Yeah, you can use my 3 intellect. We have the same lore skill.
Okay. Sounds good. I will flip. So Saber was educated by a Jedi. Would that offer any, like, boosts?
So that gives you a boost.
Okay. So 3 purple, 1 red?
Yes.
Okay.
Right.
No, but...
You can't tell what it is, really, but it does, especially with what he's felt in the Force, it does seem like it is related to some sort of ancient tradition connected to him in some way, at least loosely.
Sort of just under his breath to Fi, he'll say that this has a connection to the dark side. As they were talking it over. If that intrigues her.
I'll get on my internal comlink and I'll let Dart know that there's an interesting backpack type ancient energy weapon that Saber is interested in. And just that's with with my internal comm system.
You should also tell the infiltration team that there's a bunch of good stuff we're stealing up here too.
And there really isn't much else.
I'm actually not sure Bose would be checking anything right now, unless it's in between a round or something, but he doesn't want to look like he's wearing a wire and getting, cheating.
Yeah.
But he'll see it at some point.
Okay.
So yeah, you guys are being ushered through. You're like the last people in the exhibit now, and you got security kind of waving you to continue through the hallway back to the hall area.
Yeah.
Did we see the guides in the bad suits following along with us?
They actually didn't come into the exhibit.
Interesting.
Indeed. So then I'll usher the Archduke and Fi and Rogesh out, sort of bringing up the rear and making sure that they're not harassed by the security.
Yeah, security leaves you guys alone. They're looking at you kind of curiously, but not in a sort of suspicious manner. It's more like those guys are kind of weird, but whatever. This kind of event usually attracts some strange people, so it's understandable.
Don't they all? All right, so which thing were we in? Sorry,
You're in
totally out of sorts.
the lower right. Strange weapons from a less civilized time.
Have we seen the other ones yet?
Not yet. They're, like I said before, they're all closed until they open them for the walkthrough, but that doesn't mean you can't go to them while no one's there, necessarily.
Alright, good, yeah.
What I'm saying is you guys can do whatever you want, but...
So what you're saying is I can try and kind of just hang in the back here while everyone leaves.
There is security, getting people to leave.
To intend
So,
to.
yeah, they will be asking you to get out if you're still standing in there.
Alright, gotcha. The amazing
You
floor.
can try to stay regardless if you want.
Oh wait, can I go find hallucinogenic mushrooms from Felicia? Let's do this.
If you want to, you
Yes,
can do whatever
yes,
you want
I
to do.
do. I have a great distraction.
So Fi's going to go all the way over?
Yes, she will.
Across the hall? Alright. So she crosses the main atrium and into the flora area. There is a guard standing by the front door to it. Ma'am, I think you might be lost. You can go back to the party. This isn't open yet.
Alright, let me think here. What am I gonna do? You know what? I guess I'll try lying to him. What to say? I'm having trouble thinking right now. Maybe I'll just I'll just be. Is this a human or Drall guard?
This is a human.
A human? Alright, does he have a name badge on anything?
No.
Alright, then this is what I'll do. I'll say, but actually, I couldn't help but notice you from over there. Maybe we can go in there for a little bit of a, sneak peek, eh? With a wink, wink, nudge, nudge.
Alright.
Know what I mean?
Say no more.
Yeah. Human average charm. I'll upgrade it once.
Alright. I will go flip back because I'm so bad at these rolls. Alright.
As you're doing this, sorry, you see him kind of twitch his head, and he sort of looks. Here is his this newest comlink, and he kind of perks up a little bit more. And everyone that entered the Great Hall, you can see the other guards kind of do the same. They all perk up a bit and start keeping their eyes out. Some of them switch patrols and start going to the halls a little bit more extensively.
Nice triumph.
Also, yeah, this guy's like, things are pretty quiet. I guess I could still see if anyone came in if I was inside. I don't know when it opens, but I guess I could take you in there.
Alright. I want to show you why Felicia's such a nice place to visit. I'm gonna do something with the mushrooms if I can find them.
Oh, I mean,
Oh man.
if you're an expert, okay.
Oh yeah. I'm an expert.
Yeah, Fi's an expert.
Oh man.
Yeah, he pushes the door open and lets you go first.
Alright, I will go on first.
He follows you inside. Meanwhile, Boj, give me a daunting cool. If you're keeping on this run, you're attracting a lot more people now.
Yeah. All right. Let's see this. What am I wagering?
What are you? You can wager whatever you want. These people are pushing for higher and higher tiers. Like these, you can see that these guys are pretty high rollers. They're getting like above Boj's pay grade a little bit, but you can hang in if you want.
Let's get risky and go for 1,000.
All right.
All right. And I'm gonna flip because I want this to work.
Actually, I'll flip too because I got a lot of dark side, and I want to
All right.
keep it.
Here we go.
Big money, no whammies.
Ah.
Big money, no whammies.
Nice. You make your money back and then some.
How much some?
Well, if everyone's putting that much, I'd say you come out with. Put in 1,000. You double your money. Come out with 2,000.
That's the general rules for Stabak, so that works.
Yeah. You see the curator does kind of sit down at the table. Someone makes room for him, actually. And he looks across at you. I'm glad to see we got such cunning people coming out to the museum. I'm glad our investors are have cool heads. I like the way you play the game.
Well, I love the arts.
Indeed. One second. Let me talk to Jack real quick.
Well, with 2 unmatched fortunes already. Oh boy.
Yeah, well, they almost got caught by cameras, so they've managed to avoid completely blowing their cover so far with those.
Yeah, it's good that we've got our lucky charm there.
Yeah.
His name should be Lucky now instead of Risky.
All right. Where are we then?
Well, I was talking to the curator, unless you were skipping back.
Yeah. We'll go back to that in a second then, on the next turn. So, you guys who entered the Great Hall, or the Grand Hall again, you pass by a Drall as you're coming through the doors, and she kind of appraises you all and steps up towards you, since you all seem like very interesting people.
Mm-hmm.
How did you like the exhibit? It was part of my collection. I headed up the team that put it all together.
It was a fine exhibit.
Be helpful if I could unmute myself.
Old, ineffective weapons nowadays.
Well, the
Yes.
effectiveness isn't what matters. It's the history behind them.
That's interesting. Well, you noticed that the bag with the nozzle didn't really have much of a description onto it. I found it very intriguing, though.
Yes, we're not quite sure what the purpose of it is. It's strange. Certainly, it doesn't seem very effective, but we are certain it was used as a weapon.
Where did you find it?
Well, I'm not entirely sure. I wasn't on the team for that one, but we did have it delivered here. It was, I think, from one of the archives in the mid-room. I'm not entirely sure which one.
Hmm. Well, any idea of the location within the galaxy or anything like that?
I think if I had to guess, I would say it was from the Dantooine. I think it was the Dantooine repository that we took it from.
Very interesting. So is Dantooine in the Outer Rim?
I forget.
Okay. Anyways, Saber will say that he's very interested in such artifacts, especially if they originate in the Outer Rim. He says the core worlds often forget about us out there, but we have quite a bit to offer.
Indeed. I'm glad you're enjoying the exhibits here, Mr.
Archduke Franz Uradel.
Very nice to meet you. I'm Matriarch Alpin of Clan Alpin.
Oh.
So Saber will have to do a bow. A bit formal.
Brock will bow as well when he sees. When he sees Saber bow, he'll bow and he'll motion to Ragesh to bow as well.
Yep.
Such respect. I had no idea you off-worlders were so eager to acknowledge the Drall hierarchy.
The Oppen name goes quite far.
Does it now? I thought we were generally based here on Drall. And you're not from here, are you?
So while he's doing that, while Ragesh is giving him a massage, he kind of pinches Saber a little bit there.
I suppose not. I might be confused. I do read quite a bit of papers from researchers. Perhaps I've seen your name somewhere.
Oh, probably. We've published quite a few, especially on the topic of archaeology, which you seem very inclined toward, given your attention to such a obscure artifact.
Absolutely. I do enjoy things that are quite old, as you might see from my ceremonial blade. It's.
I did see that. Could I have a look at it?
While she's distracted with the blade, I'm going to lean in and whisper to Saber. Archaeological digs, a lot of times they need slaves, to help with the work. Or they could use slaves to cut down on the prices. Maybe he could use that as a way to edge in a conversation.
Ah, okay. You see Saber shudder a little bit as he's sort of adjusting into his role, but of course he presents the the blade to the matriarch, once again, just in his hands, non-threateningly. He says, obviously, we Zygerians are known primarily for one thing. Would you have use for workers on your archaeological sites?
Cheap
Oh.
workers.
No, I don't think so. We usually keep the smaller sites, and we tend to come in after someone's already claimed and cleared them. We're not really as much for expeditions as we are for investigating things people have already found.
I see.
Can we do a gosh, what is it? Perception? That's memory. We had looked this up before.
Yeah,
I think
it is perception. It does have a part of memory.
Can we do a memory check to see if we remember Balken ever talking about his family? Like maybe, and maybe flip a destiny point to say that maybe at some point he let some personal stuff out during one of the many times he's gotten drunk with Chim Chim.
Maybe, yeah. So we'll give it a hard perception, and then we'll see what happens with that first.
So do I need to flip the destiny point to do it, or?
No, don't worry about it right now.
So here goes a hard check. Darn it. What
You
can I
don't
use for that
really-
advantage, though?
You don't remember Balken ever talking about his family, but maybe that means something in itself. You get the impression that maybe he never wanted to talk about his family.
Got it. I'm actually wondering, sorry for the OC, but I'm also wondering, like, maybe if we did name drop Balken, not as an associate, but just like mention, like, you wouldn't happen to be related to a certain blah, 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 just to see her reaction. And we'll just mention that, you know, you happen to read an article about this, other...
Yeah, what do you think is something that we might be able to, like, that's something that Balken has done that might have made...
Oh, you know, actually, what if you just... I'm just throwing this out there. Just brainstorming, but if you just laid it all out there, it's just, you know, I happen to have certain associates that have noticed a bounty on an Oppen. I mean, just because, in other words, like, it would be great to somehow
try and engage her a little bit more, yeah.
Yeah, with this, because, you know, regardless of what she says, it would be interesting to see what her reaction is, and who knows, maybe she wants to... Oh, there's so much we don't know about Balken, but, you know, nothing ventured, nothing gained.
Yeah, okay. Well, Saber will say, well, while we may not have business dealings, you should know out in the Outer Rim that we do see quite a bit of information about bounties, and a name, an Oppen, has crossed. Gosh, what would it be? I've been drawn. Attention has been drawn to the name Oppen. You know,
through the grapevine.
Yeah, in particular, a Balken.
Balken. I haven't seen him in a while. Do you know if these bounties were recent?
It's something that he started with, right? As his character started with?
Yeah, didn't he get a new one recently?
I don't know that he got a new bounty recently, but yeah.
I guess it would be relatively recent, though, given it's just...
Yeah, the time period. Perhaps so. I did not look into it further. The name obviously just popped out to me since I'm aware of your work.
Oh.
And actually, I'm trying to see if I would be able to do this without drawing her attention. She's really short. Rogesh is behind Saber, so I'm going to lean in again and whisper, and basically say, you know, would it be in your interest if anyone, if that bounty came across one of my associates, for me to not let that go through.
Yeah, Saber will just repeat that.
Oh yeah. Well, obviously, I would never wish harm upon one of my own children. If you could help him escape some kind of danger, I would be appreciative. The last time I heard from him was when he was staying on Corellia not too long ago, but he hasn't talked to me since then.
Interesting.
Do we want to ask about what drove him from Drall or anything like that?
That would be a little too personal, I think.
Yeah.
But maybe continue on the whole angle of protecting him and seeing what that might be worth to her. Not
yes.
that we're trying to shake her down for money, but just all very polite and just,
Yeah. What would we say? Of course, I have certain resources that could aid in his protection. Maybe I can angle for the. Maybe if we can have.
Oh wait, I know. What about if we could get in exchange for more information? Because obviously she's.
Oh, we lost Ben.
Oh darn it. I'll wait. Well, I'll go ahead and tell my idea, and then I'll reiterate it to Ben. But what if we leverage helping Balken, since she's one of the curators or one of the organizers for this event, for our own private showings of some of these rooms?
Yeah. I was thinking that's really good. I was thinking specifically for that Sith bag, but if we can get access to the other rooms early, that might be beneficial.
Mm-hmm. Oh, and by the way, yeah, every time that Rogesh is... Oh, hey, Ben. So, Ben, can you hear me? Hello, Ben. Can you hear me?
Hello. Was I the only one who disconnected?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, that was weird. I don't know what happened.
Oh, Hangouts. What's going on? But you can hear me, though, right, Ben? Oh, no. Hey, Ben, can you hear?
Yes, I can. I
Oh,
can
okay.
hear you, Stan. I was trying to click the unmute button, but the app thing was in the way of it.
Awesome. So one of the things we're trying to think of is that basically leverage helping Balken with her, since she's one of the organizers, to see if we can maybe get a private showing to one of these exhibits, like away from the crowds.
Hmm.
I'm not sure how advantageous that would be, but just throwing that idea out there.
Yeah, it's definitely possible. You could definitely try to.
But then again, now I'm thinking that's probably not the best thing, because we want to be in the public eye so that we can create diversions when we need to. Because I don't think
we don't necessarily need to create the diversion in the public eye. The diversion could simply just be like Saber fainting and then me bursting into the Grand Hall, shouting for medical officer.
Yeah,
that's a
good
good idea.
This way,
you're
not trying to
where we
distract.
are. I can cause a disruption wherever we go.
You're not so much
It's just a matter
trying to
of
distract
who or what I
the
charge through.
party goers, so much as you're trying to distract the security. But as
Oh,
right now,
and so, because he is such an important figure, maybe they would want extra security with him, with this little private showing away from the main crowd.
maybe. But also,
But if we want to try to nab something, we don't want that extra security. But I mean,
that is also true. Depends on how greedy you want to get. But at the
we
same
don't
time,
necessarily-
you haven't heard anything from the people down below yet. So who knows what's going on with them?
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm thinking that I want to actually get more security on us, if possible. So...
But why? You have me. I'm all the security you need.
That's true.
More eyes.
I don't know. Well, okay, so that's one possibility, but what are some other just brainstorm? Sorry, I hope this isn't too meta for you, Ben.
No, it's fine. You can go ahead.
Okay.
Actually, I'll be right back, so you guys can think of anything you want. 1 second.
So...
Hey, Tommy, did you see my question?
Oh, no, I didn't.
He just What's the roll for the stealth field flicker?
Oh, it's 20%. So just he can do a percentile. Anything over 21 and above, it fails. Or no, sorry, 1 through 20, it fails.
Gotcha. Thank you.
Welcome.
Uh-oh.
I don't think we should ask. We should look for more security, but a private showing would be excellent. Because then we may be able to reveal more information to maybe get our hands on, maybe to acquire some of the other exhibits.
Well, actually,
acquire pieces from it.
We could, but if we do get a private showing, she is an important person, so more security will go with her anyway. But that's still fine because I don't think that our main purpose here is to actually steal some stuff because
we're
they're
here
gonna see
to
it's
run
missing.
interference, but there really hasn't been a need to run interference yet.
Right.
But if we can get something, take, like if you get a shot, take it.
Right.
Yeah.
But I do want to keep her busy because security will be on her. And
yeah, I think a private showing of the Sith artifact. Well, I don't know it's actually Sith, but the Force dark side bag.
Backpack.
Yeah.
Maybe we could request a private showing of that in particular. I don't know what we would actually gain from that other than maybe being able to take it out of its case and Saber can touch it, see what happens.
On a side note, I'm totally gonna need the 2 destiny points for what's coming up.
Okay.
Oh gosh.
Speaking of that, let's go to that right now. What is
Unmatched expertise?
So as Fi comes into the amazing Flora of Felucia exhibit, she does see the room is sort of like downlit. It's a little darker in here because they're not opening it up yet. But it's just you and the guard. It doesn't look like anyone else is patrolling around or preparing anything. Sorry, looking at this. Looking at what Kyle whispered me. Alright. So, Fi does see, surrounding sort of the edges of the room, there are some more glass cases, and in the center there's a larger, like, plasteel bubble almost, with a rainbow-looking stalk that has, like, these nubs sort of winding up the edges, all of different colors and things like that. And it does look to be the chromatic mind fungus of Felucia.
All right.
But it is trapped behind that plasteel sort of thing, and it looks like there's a
Terminals around?
unit. Yeah, there's like a unit hanging from the ceiling that looks like it's sort of venting the spores out to the ceiling or something.
Is there any way I can get to it and/or?
Oh, you could get to it, but from here it looks like mostly things are like there is a console nearby, but yeah, I mean you could move anywhere around the room if you want.
All right, good. I'm gonna tell I'm gonna tell the guard to follow me. Like we're gonna get this party started for real.
All right, he's curious about that. He's like, wait. What are you talking about? I thought we were just.
Excuse me, there is a message.
What are you doing?
Does he have a weapon on him?
Yes, you can see like a shock prod on his hip, and then on his other hip he has a holster for a blaster.
Okay. All right, how to work this? Let's see. All right, I will. I'll pull him over close to the. He said with the terminal, it looks like it works the atmosphering, the venting. I want to do. I'm gonna want to reroute it, but I want him to think. I'm just. What's the word?
Fiddling with it?
How about this?
Oh, maybe you're saying it's too warm in the room and you want to cool it down or something, or you're too. Well, a girl would say it's probably too cold and you need to turn it up a bit.
So I'm going to flip my 2 destiny points to do unmatched expertise here. Yeah, I think. Looking at these instruments is a bit off. Come over here, help me with this, eh? You see this button right here? Make sure it does not turn blue.
What? Are you allowed to touch that? You're gonna have to give me like a deception.
All right, sounds good.
Let's see.
I get lower difficulty by 1. It's
time.
one of my career skills.
Yeah.
And how is his triumph carrying over here?
Yeah. I'll let you upgrade your check for this.
Sweet.
All right.
So, yeah.
I will.
and I'll upgrade it again with Destiny. I can't load the Hangout tools for some reason. Like I click it and it says downloading app, so I guess I have to wait for it to download. But while I'm waiting, it won't let me unmute myself or mute myself. So it's kind of weird.
Alright, so I'll flip Destiny for you. So then it would downgrade to just the one. It was already red, so it'd be one red, one purple.
Yeah.
Right? Okay, so. Hubba dubba dubba dubba. There we go.
Nice.
Totally believes me.
What'd you get on it?
One success, one threat.
Okay. So he's like, alright. I mean, I guess you're the expert here. Well, you can... Just don't mess anything up. This stuff is pretty dangerous.
Oh, don't worry about it. I know exactly what I'm doing. Alright, now I want to change it to vent into the main area.
You want to try to vent it into the hall?
Yes, and no, the entire top floor.
Oh my god.
Okay. Wow.
You
All
wanted
right.
a distraction. Faye made me going a little bit crazy.
Wow, I am so glad I'm not a meatbag.
Doing that is going to require some serious computer skills. By the way.
Wait, but before you do that though, like, I almost wonder if that should be saved for an emergency from the other team before you do it.
You know what? You're right. You know, can I set up a failsafe so I can do it from a distance, maybe?
That would be even harder.
Let's see.
So I just put it on a timer and hope that it goes off about when we need it.
No, you know, I'll try a remote detonation. I believe in me.
Wait. Instead of remote, what if you just set it up so that all you have to do is just press one more button so you can rush back there later?
I guess that makes sense. Well, that makes sense. What do you think, Ben?
Yeah. If you want to, if you want to set up to do that, you can definitely try it.
I will try. What will be the difficulty?
So setting it remotely would have been extremely hard. So just doing it on the one button press, I'll say, is daunting. Upgraded once naturally, and then I'll flip another. But I can't.
Okay,
I don't have the tools, so.
Yes, I'll upgrade my check. Is my actual skill? I think I have something I can work here. Is this a mechanic or computers?
This would be computers, unless you want to like. Well, if you were accessing the unit itself, it would be mechanics. But you're on the console right now.
Oh, I got you. Let me
Which one's better for you?
Neither. Neither is better.
Oh, this is one of those.
Okay. Yes, it's one of those spirals. Okay. Well. Let's see. Oh, you know what? Let's just roll. See
And
what
your
happens.
unmatched expertise it's still the same encounter, so.
Well, actually, computers and mechanics aren't one of my career skills just yet.
Oh, they're not all.
Nope. So like I said, I flipped to do that.
All right, I got Hangout tools back open.
Hey.
I just had to like re-download it for some reason.
Alright, here you go. Whoop. There you go. Can you see the things now?
Yeah.
Alright, here goes nothing. Oh. How about I've accidentally set it on a timer for 30 minutes.
Gosh.
I wouldn't say that.
Oh, come on, that's totally a great failure with advantage.
It is.
I would say on a despair. I would say that. Not so much of the failure.
Yeah, because I mean it's still a failure even with.
I suppose. You know, how about I just.
I would say you can't vent it to the whole building, but with that, you could vent it to this room. You could just like make it, eject the spores into the room rather than through the ceiling or through the,
that sounds good.
So if you could lure people in here, it could.
Oh, so it's still on a button press, but it'll just vent into the room, or?
Yeah.
That sounds good. I'll tell him. I'll turn the phone. Well, looks like it's all good then, eh? You know, these things here. He's the old pointer. They make you hallucinate like not one's business. You know, actually, I was on an expedition in Felicia once. Oh, bloody well ended up rightly wrong, eh?
Yeah. So, is that all you wanted in here?
Oh, I just want, take a look at the, examples and whatnot, eh? So what is your name anyway, you big boy, eh?
Oh. My name's Dan.
Dan Tween. Dun, dun, dun.
You know what, Dan, let's see. I
Dan
want
with
to...
two N's.
let's see. Are there any other exits to this room? Like...
Yeah, there's an exit through the north hall.
Okay, but no cool secret, not secret, but security rooms. Branch off from here.
Not that you can see. It looks like there might be some access somewhere else, like that might lead to like the archives below, like where they would have taken the stuff in from.
Gotcha.
But those are like sort of built into the wall almost.
That's what I was like. Do you know any more private area we can get better acquainted? You big handsome devil, you.
Give me another charm check, but I'll upgrade it again.
All right. So it's still the same check.
It will not be upgraded.
It's upgraded because of the voice.
Alright, so my magic expertise helps me on this one. I'm gonna flip a destiny. You said you're gonna flip a destiny? Ben? You said you're gonna flip a destiny?
Yes, sorry.
Yeah, that's okay. I will flip back then, so we won't change anything. Alright. Oh.
Does that include your unmatched expertise?
Yes, it does. His flipping it back brought it back up to the 2 difficulty. That's just unfortunate. I just happen to have 2 successes and 2 failures pop up.
Wait, what was the base roll before he upgraded?
The base roll was one purple.
Roll, yeah, 1 purple, 1 red.
I downgraded. I take away 1 difficulty with the unmatched down to 1 red, and he upgraded it. It's funny because actually the red die is what made me fail. Meanie. How about he thinks right here is good enough?
Yeah, he's just like I'm not really allowed back into the passages that leave the archives. I just oh my god, what's wrong? Sorry.
You okay?
Yeah, I'm good. Sorry, just the spores or something. Anyway, I'm not allowed to go back there. I'm supposed to guard the door. If I leave this sector, then I'm probably not going to be keeping my job. So
I grab him and I kiss him.
Okay then. Like what do you? All right.
Don't fight it.
And those of you in the Grand Hall about now, if you're paying attention to the elevators, you see them open up, and a massive amount of protocol droids come out and just start like running through they're just walking through the main area.
Yeah, I mean, maybe, Saber, you could probably ask the matriarch just what's going on.
Yeah, as we're discussing our bargain about Balken, I would be like, that's quite interesting.
I'm not sure what that's all about. I'll let you know when I know. And the droids just seem to be kind of just milling around. They walk out and they kind of all just filter through the crowd toward the main.
What are the guys that we saw, the shifty guys before, what are they doing?
They're still kind of patrolling around. They're looking a little more shifty than earlier, though.
Do we need do we see any sort of reaction from them when the protocol droids just kind of marched in?
No, they seem as surprised as anyone else.
Okay.
Do we want to try and make our bargain with Matriarch Oppen then?
Yeah, let's do it.
So for special access to the Sith item, that's what we want to go for. The dark side item. Don't want to call it Sith because I don't really know. Yeah, so Saber will look to Matriarch Open and say, we have certain connections that may be able to assist Balken with the issues he seems to be having. Perhaps if we have a special viewing of the artifact we discussed earlier, I can make those arrangements.
I appreciate the thought, but we've closed it for the night, and I'm not sure. Well, it's really out of my hands. I'm not the coordinator here. I just put together the exhibit itself. I'm not really here for the planning sort of thing. I'm not sure I have the credentials to get you all in there privately.
But you know who to talk to then.
Potentially. I mean, you have to talk to the curator. He's the one who put this all together.
Well, I mean, Saber would be making this suggestion that maybe if she's interested in the deal, she would want to talk to him.
All right. So you wait. Saber's suggesting that she goes to talk to the curator.
I mean, if she thinks that if she's interested in the deal.
Oh, actually, while he does it, Rogesh is going to pinch him again with the massage. And just whisper like, "No, we want to talk to him."
Okay. Yes, perhaps you can direct us to him. Obviously, we do have. We have a common interest here.
Oh, well, I think he was around the gambling tables the last I saw him.
Cool, and we can get Bose to charm him while we.
Yeah.
Maybe we can get Boj to have him pony up the artifact.
I mean, but what are we? What stake does he have in this conversation? I mean, we were trying to get access by saying we were going to protect Balken, but I guess would be the question whether she would express her willingness to let us see the artifact, or she's willing to let us. She's wanting to display it. I mean, I don't think the curator would be interested in the terms of what we're talking about.
Yeah, maybe we can get 2 boosts from her for him to open it, or to give responsibility to her for that part. Because maybe he's like, I'm busy gambling. And maybe he can then delegate that responsibility to her. Or that authority to her for just that showing.
Yes, so Saber would say, well, you don't have to discuss your arrangement with us with him, but perhaps you can express your interest in guiding us to the artifacts yourself.
I see. I'll talk to him about it. She just nods.
She doesn't
so
seem that concerned about keeping Balken out of, bounty hunter hands.
No, she doesn't.
Huh. Interesting.
So do we want to go over there right now, or is it just sort of out there until it happens?
Let's go back to Boj. So you're probably a couple hands deep with the curator right now. He's actually pretty good.
All right.
Hard to call, especially when he's down a few drinks right now. You both are kind of keeping your own. You still haven't lost any money, or much money, since you started. But now this he's getting pretty tough. This one is going to be a formidable cool check, and I'll upgrade it.
Do it.
But it won't let me upgrade. I don't know why. I'm trying to click on it, but it won't let me do it.
Alright. Let's see.
And the protocol droids that came up are kind of dispersing through the crowd. They're just kind of all waddling away.
Okay, I'm gonna upgrade as well. Here we go.
Nice.
Alright.
Ooh.
It's a pretty close hand. You don't quite catch him until the end. You kind of pull it through, and he's like, oh man, I guess you got me. You're pretty good.
You're not bad yourself. I'm surprised to see a curator of such a fine museum as such a card shark.
Yeah, well, sometimes things get a little boring around here. And this is kind of my pastime during the fundraisers. I don't like to do a whole lot of speaking outside the opening speech. For keeping to the tables. But what are you here for? Are you a donor?
It might be. I'm also looking to be a bit of a collector.
Collector? What sort of things do you collect? We have some things on sale. Some old things we don't put on display anymore.
Oh yeah? Like what?
Just a few odds and ends, some paintings and sculptures and things like that.
More into the artifact field, personally.
Usually they don't let us let those go unless they're a little more general items. We usually keep the more specialty stuff.
Yeah, but surely things change hands every now and then.
Yeah, it depends on the price tag usually.
I find price tags to be boring. Much more exciting to have things be on a wager.
I see what you're trying to do here. What do you have your eye on?
The was a backpack. I didn't hear the whole description of the item, so I don't know what it looked like.
Yeah, it looks like a backpack with like a hose thing on it. It's part of the ancient weapons display thing.
Yeah, so just say the ancient backpack, for lack of a better term, seems like quite the find.
The
Article
Wayback
73A. I gotcha. So what, you want to take that?
Well, I wouldn't take it, but if it were happened to be put up as a wager.
And what would you be putting up? What do I stand to gain from winning if I were to win?
You'll be my best friend.
What would be appropriate? Like, out of character, I don't know what would be a
Your ship.
decent wager.
Go for broke.
I feel like the ship would be worth more than that. I don't know. Is there a roll I can make to know what would be a suitable...
I don't know. I don't think there'd be a roll that you can make to know it's a suitable thing. It just has to be a matter of what you think would be equivalent. I mean, obviously credits are a catch-all, but I don't know what you have to offer necessarily.
You know, by the way, at this point, are the rest of us there, like nearby?
Yeah, you could be, yeah.
I'm just throwing this out there. Don't have to, I mean, just brainstorming, but what if you reveal that you are with us and you point to Ragesh and just be like, I can throw in that slave?
It seems equally dangerous.
It's fine. If we lose him, we can always just get Ragesh back. I mean, he is a professional performer, spy, and he's a covert operative. It wouldn't be hard for him to just disappear.
Yeah, exactly.
And people lose slaves all the time.
Exactly. And also, it would be a way for me to infiltrate this curator's stuff, you know?
Yeah.
If I actually, so either way, you know? So even if it's
All
lost.
right. If you're up for it, suppose we'll give a nod and say I'm owed a favor by the Archduke there. Probably arrange to get you the nubile slave boy. That's what you fancy.
A slave? You're wagering a slave?
Or indentured servant, if you prefer that terminology.
And you could just say a very expensive slave, and while that's happening, I'm doing another like handstand feeding the Archduke grapes.
Right.
I'll point out an exceptionally well-trained slave. Slaves.
Very flexible slave.
Well, personal slaves to someone of Archduke Uridel's stature have to be well-trained and well-maintained and of a higher stock and of a higher quality than your average base-born slave.
All right. He kind of nods. He does seem to be drawing a crowd. He could be useful at future events, maybe. And that thing really hasn't brought in too much in the way of funding, so I think that's a fair trade.
Besides, I'm sure you have it insured. If it were to go missing.
Well, it's not out of the question for us to sell things anyway.
Fair enough.
Let's do it then. Let's shuffle the deck. Shit, I don't know if I want to make this all down to one roll or make it like a...
Do you want to do an actual like series of hands like they have in the book? Although it's kind of hard because those only end when someone rolls a triumph, basically. So.
Yeah. We'll just. Yeah, we'll just call it another daunting, but it'll be upgraded naturally once, and then I'll upgrade it another one again with destiny.
All right. I'm gonna flip back.
I mean, formidable, by the way, is what I meant.
Yeah, so it's three purple, 2 red.
Yeah.
I did upgrade, so this is it's gonna be interesting. I'm just trying to double check and see if I have anything else that will change anything.
Intense presence.
It's not really going to help anything. He's full strain. Alright. Yeah. Unless I'm getting any boost from them being around or anything.
Actually, yeah, maybe.
I can crack the whip and have order Ragesh to do a demonstration of his skill of his abilities. Maybe
would
the
really-
whip crack will give
I don't know if that would actually help with the roll itself, though.
no. Oh,
I can just roll it as is.
it would. My thinking is that it would make Ragesh look more as more of an attractive reward for him winning this, and maybe the whip crack will throw the curator off because it is a very loud noise, especially if you're close to it. So it may give Boj a boost in that by throwing the curator off his game because it's just a sudden loud snap right near him. And
That
it's
might
really-
also throw Boj off his game.
Oh, yeah.
I'll just roll it and we'll see.
Okay.
Alright, here we go.
Oh.
Let me do second chances. I can re-roll one of those. 4 of them rolled blank.
Oh, man.
Second chances. Whew.
Well, I don't know that it'll be enough, but we'll see. So it's just an advantage.
Do you have anything that can help you just re-roll that completely?
No. Not yet. I don't think so. Yeah, 4 of my positive dice rolled blank, and all of the other dice rolled doubles. So, yeah, that's all I've got.
Okay. For the one advantage, as you're sort of drawing near the end, he realizes he's about to win. And he sort of briefly gives you a chance to back out. Like, you realize you're waging a slave's life on a game of Sabak, right? Why don't
I'm
we just
totally
call it some
fine with
credits?
it. I'm totally
know.
all in.
But he doesn't really seem too interested in the idea of a slave per se. So he's sort of trying to negotiate for some credits instead of Ragesh.
Aw.
Trying to think of how to proceed with this.
If he's trying to back out, then it shows that he's really reluctant to give up the backpack, or he's really reluctant for the slave. Plus, even if we lose Ragesh, we can still recover Ragesh, and we now have a man on the inside, so to speak.
Yep.
So if you stick to your guns, we could end up winning way more on this perceived loss. We may lose the battle, but win the war, so to speak.
Yeah.
Well, I guess it also depends on out-of-character knowledge. Are we doing another roll, or have I just already lost, so it's just a matter of how it's proceeding?
I don't know, would you try to get him to play again?
Maybe. Probably.
Well, is that what are you like trying to get him to play again to do something else, or are you trying to like do something different outside of playing another hand?
I'm in the mindset of just playing another hand.
Alright.
Maybe
Well,
the
no.
best 2 out of 3.
Give him the old best 2 out of 3?
Win a set in order to take it all. It certainly ups the stakes, especially if you tie. So if he wins the first one, you win the second one, then it definitely ups the stakes, and you may get a lot more people around watching. You may draw more of a crowd, more attention.
He would agree to that.
Alright. The
Yeah,
problem is
we're
I
not
just
gonna-
don't have a lot of credits to wager, otherwise I'd just be doing that. But
Yeah.
So then, just offer the set.
set of
So
what?
a set of sabacc. So a grand prize such as this shouldn't be decided by just one hand. So it'd be a best 2 out of 3 games.
I would
fine
agree with that.
Alright, whatever you want me to roll, just...
Yep, let's go with the same thing pretty much. I'll upgrade again with Destiny.
Alrighty. Alright, here's hoping.
Oh man.
Okay, again, they're blank, but except all of the bad ones.
Oh.
And you can't do anything to that roll?
No.
Alright. You're like, well, looks like luck wasn't on your side this time. I'll be taking my slave now, I guess?
Yes.
I'll usher Ragesh over to his new owner.
All right, yeah. So I start doing the handstand grape feeding trick on this guy too.
He seems pretty happy about it. He lounges back in his chair and he eats the grapes right out of your hands. And he orders another drink and kind of calls in some more people to play. And yeah, the crowd is growing over here at this point. And it's at this point that the PA speaks up. The biological history of the Ibit exhibit is now opening in the northeastern hall. Some more people start funneling that way.
Is there a lot of like buzz around the around this exhibit, where people funneling, a lot more people funneling that way, like more quickly than the others?
You mean more quickly than like the other exhibit?
Yeah.
Yeah, this one does seem to catch more interest because of the promise of like actually having that egg there, like a living, so to speak, egg in the exhibit itself.
I'm kind of curious, what is a golden ibit?
You'll see what an ibit is soon, if you go there anyway. But for now, what's happening with Fi in the mushroom room?
I have a cunning plan.
And what is that?
Okay, how distracted is Diane?
If Fi is like continuing to suck his face, he's like, all right, whatever, let's do it.
Okay.
Going along with it.
I want to subtly remove his blaster. I'll make it seem like I'm trying to grab his butt. I don't know why.
All right. So you're trying to take his blaster from him?
Yes, I am.
All right. That sounds like skullduggery to me.
It does indeed. Let me see my stats for that. Skullduggery. 3 green. All right. What's the difficulty?
That'll be hard upgraded once. And I'll flip because whatever. Because I have so much dark side, I might as well flip on everything.
You know what? Let's do it.
Oh man, so yeah, you can slip his blaster right out of the holster. It's now in your hands. He doesn't seem to be any the wiser.
I'm gonna stun blast him at point blank range.
Nice.
All right. Because of this, you like stick the blaster up under his little armored vest into his rib cage, and he doesn't even notice it until it goes off, and then he kind of goes stiff and falls back, hits his head on the glass case.
Oh, does it? Ooh.
There's a little crack in it, but it doesn't break yet.
Is he still alive and okay?
He appears alive. He doesn't seem. He's not bleeding or anything. He seems
Alright, good.
fine. He's breathing.
I want to search the body, and then I'm dragging him to one of the. You said there's little exits out of here toward the lower archives. I'm gonna kind of shove him in one of the doorways.
There aren't open doorways. Like it looks like it would be like things built into the wall. So it looks like the walls would kind of slide open. So they're not like. They're not doors.
Try
like
to open the door.
Kyle, while you're doing that though, grab his comlink to see what they're saying. The other security guards.
Yes. Well, as I said, I was searching the body. Do I find a cool comlink? Oh, actually, he had one in his ear. I put that on. In fact, can I put on his uniform? Would it fit?
It would not fit you.
All right. Well, I'll put it on. I'll put on his comlink. I think I'm beyond being stealthy at this point. So, yeah. Any key cards or anything?
Sorry, I had to ask Balken something. Yeah, well, he just has the key card to the security office, basically, into this room, and that's about it.
Right,
he also has like his flash stick baton sort of thing, his stun baton.
Alright, good. Well, I will I will try and get one of these side doors open so I can stuff him out of the way.
It looks like those doors are probably controlled from like the computers below, because there aren't any like handles or consoles on them.
All right. Okay, sounds good. I will. Is there any? There's nowhere to hide him in this thing, huh? You know what? Is there any chairs at all?
Not really. It's a walkthrough place.
You know what? I will simply.
Maybe prop him up and make him look like he's, standing by the wall.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Something like that. Is there any alcoholic beverages around? Just splash him on him and throw him on the ground. Like, oh god, getting drunk on duty. Anything alcoholic at all?
There's no alcohol in here. There's some in the Grand Hall, but not here.
I'm not gonna risk that. All right. Well, let's see. You know what? I will try and hide him like the corner of the room, out of sight, so you won't see him as soon as you walk in.
Okay.
And then I want to set. I want to. Is there any way? Does it look like I can open the breathing mask things without setting off any alarms?
You could try.
All right, I will try.
Okay. You have some options here. You could try to skullduggery it open to like jimmy it. You could try to mechanics to like disable the whatever mechanism would let off an alarm. Stuff like that. Either check would be probably hard.
All right. Well, either way, it's both 3 green.
And I'll upgrade it. I'll upgrade it once.
All right. Here goes nothing. Check it.
Oh man!
Nice.
Wow.
All right.
Nice.
Do I have to do this for each one, or can those successes apply to the others?
No, you got it.
All right, cool. All right, I am going to put on a breathing mask, and I am going to. I guess I'll gaffle the rest. Are there enough to fit the other organics on my team?
Yeah, there's like 4 or 5 in there.
All right, good. Yeah, I gaffle them, and then I'm gonna. I'm gonna switch over the comlink to frickin' the channel that Jeff is on, and real quick, not Jeff, Rock's on. It's like I'm in the bloody solution exhibit. I've got an unconscious guard and a bunch of crazy gas ready to go. Let me know when we need a big distraction. I've also got a guard's comlink.
I'll click that. I'll respond and go, understood. Monitor their comlinks and let me know, and let me know of any changes to their situation.
All right, sounds good. And then I guess Fi will actually kind of crouch down by the button.
You're just gonna stay in there?
Yeah. I am gonna cause a ruckus.
So, everyone in the Grand Hall, are you guys heading toward the now open exhibit, or are you staying where you are?
The IBIT exhibit?
Yeah, the IBIT exhibit.
I'll go wherever the curator goes.
He's probably gonna stay at the table for now.
Okay.
You might head to the exhibit.
Too.
You might keep an eye on the crazy people.
Yes,
or no.
will do.
Yeah, you can keep an eye on them while we're still touring about.
To be honest, they are not going to the exhibit either. So is anyone actually going there?
Yeah, I assume the Archduke would want to be able to go around, so I guess me and Rock are gonna run around.
Yep.
Rock? Alright.
To see the IBIT.
So, you two sort of filter in with the rest of the crowd toward the IBIT exhibit. You come in through the doors, the guards gladly open them for you, and it opens up to a slightly lighter room. There's a glass dome on the ceiling. Like, all the exhibit rooms have a glass dome that's on the ceiling. It's like kaleidoscopic almost. It's segmented and stuff like that. It's kind of pretty looking. Inside the room, in the center, there's like a sort of a glass box, and there's an egg inside with sort of another metal cage around it. And the egg is pretty large. It's like maybe 2 feet tall, and it's kind of sitting in this incubation chamber. And on the sides, there's like the skeleton of a large ibit that's like. First of all, you do see pictures of ibits which look like this. They're very large birds, and they seem to range in many different types of species, from like extremely large ones to like really tiny ones that are the size of like parakeets almost.
Oh, are these the ones that the Drall people actually fly on?
Yeah.
Okay.
And then you see a little display about the golden ibit at the center, and it said it's a very rare variety, and that this egg is Probably the most recently hatched one that's ever been found. And while you're sort of perusing the area, give me an easy perception, both of you.
Okie dokie. Nope.
Oh,
Blank
don't seem
by
to-
one green.
you don't catch on much. But
You think
Saber
I can
does.
be vigilant
Saber-
about?
Well, Saber starts hearing like a sort of like a very deep and semi-loud, but it seems distant, like tapping noise, like a. And yeah, he could. So he sort of catches on to this noise, and it seems like it's starting to come from like above. So if you wanted to stay vigilant, you could try that. Like if he thinks it's suspicious enough.
Yeah, I mean, since that's advantage that I noticed something, he'd be looking for the source of that sound.
Yeah. So if he sort of stops a bit and starts looking and sort of catches into the sound, give me an average vigilance. All right. He's looking, and the sound kind of seems to get louder as he pays more attention to it, and his eyes kind of trail up along the walls until he looks toward the glass dome on the ceiling, and he sees an absolutely massive shape just outside of the giant glass dome, and it looks like one of the Ibits, except it's massive. And it sort of jabs its nose at like the transparent steel window, and it seems to almost fix its eyes on Saber as he looks up.
Oh my. Okay. Anyone else notice this massive bird just like staring at me?
Well, now that if you say something out loud, I'm going to look at you, and then I'm going to look like around and then up.
All right, yeah, you see what looks like an Ibit, and it kind of gets closer to the window thing, and you can see that its head is like this very deep, almost, as the name implies, like a golden color, with like a white plumage around the back of its head and things like that. Its wingspan seems to be almost like, maybe like 40 feet wide. It's huge.
That's a big ibit.
So, but it's not a part of the display. It's just trying to get in.
It is outside. It is outside the building.
I'll point up and go, is that part of the exhibit?
Exhibit. Yeah, I guess making a little bit of a panic here would make kind of sense. Yeah, let's do it. Yeah, so if Rock says that, what are people gonna start gasping?
I'll point up.
A bunch of people pause for a second, and then like it's kind of like growing. It's like an exponential thing. One person looks up, then two more people, and then three more people, and then people are like, "Oh my god, what is that?" And one of the security guards like calls in on his wrist thing, like, "Oh man, we have a problem here." And then
There's a massive ibit trying to break into the exhibit.
one of those noises happens again, and then you see its head like jerk toward the glass dome, and then one of the plates just pops out of its little durasteel housing and crashes on the floor. And people start freaking out, as you might expect.
I want to help it. What would it be? Since everyone's looking that way, I think Saber can sort of maneuver around and just sort of grasp at the dome and yank it off to make it easy for it to get in.
Totally try. It would be like a Silhouette 3 object to pull it out.
Okay.
I'm gonna turn this down slightly.
What distance would I be from it?
You are probably at. It's just on the ceiling, so somewhere like short medium. So I would say you're probably at short range-ish.
Okay, so I won't have to worry about a range upgrade. But yeah, would Saber be confident enough to everyone's paying attention to it that no one would notice him sort of like drawing up his
You could
hand?
reasonably assume that no one's like looking at Saber for him to be like.
Well, you can raise your hand and point
think I just
to be
raised
like,
his
oh, look.
hand.
Yeah. Oh no! Oh no!
Sith powers.
Oh wow! Yeah.
Nice!
So yeah, I do it. I can activate all my range upgrade or the power strength upgrades. So that's 2 conflict though. So yeah, I want to yank the dome down. So I try to time it for whenever it looks like it's pecking at it again, and then it just sort of collapses.
Yeah. As soon as it like forces its jaws back toward one of the durasteel beams, and as you pull, it like shatters one of the metal like joints on it. This whole like webwork of the durasteel kind of parts and like cracks open like an egg, and it forces its head down through there. It just lets out this screech that is like mind-piercingly awful.
Time to shut off the audio receivers.
Yeah.
So is it just like its head that's made it through?
Yeah, you see its wings like beating it, and the little like claws things on it start like parting the dome further, and it's like dipping down through. It's like starting to jump down into the thing.
So how far is it away from us?
It's probably about 3 feet up.
I owe the money. They never mail you, but just, hey, how's it going? I own a company. I'll get random people. Just like, hey, how's it going? You don't owe us any money or anything. Just, hey, what's up? You're on our mailing list.
Huh?
Kyle,
what is he talking about?
Oh,
yes,
sorry,
I
I'm
believe
not
this thing
muted.
wants to. I think it wants us to vote in the next election. Well, if it's not too far from me, I'm gonna try to jack it in the face.
No,
Wait, no, we're helping it.
Remember, so does it look like it's trying to go for the egg?
Yes, it looks like it is going down toward the egg.
Can I say, so was the egg in like a case and stuff?
Yeah, it's in a like a transparent steel case, and then inside the case it has another cage around it. It's in like a incubator thing.
Okay, so as a part of my triumph, can I say that some of the falling debris breaks some of the like casing around it that makes it easier for
sure.
the...
Perfect.
It cracks through the transparent part.
Yeah, I know. So Rock starts to move in to smash, and I'll say, just wait.
Why? It's going to hurt. What is it doing?
Look at where his eyes are. What is it looking for?
I assume I see it's looking for the egg now.
Yes, it's looking straight at the egg. It's like trying to squeeze its way through the open part.
Then I'm gonna go Then I'm gonna go go to the incubator, and I'm gonna start ripping the incubator pieces off of the egg, and to make it easier for the bird to get its egg.
As soon as you do that, the ibit like lunges down at you.
So just as I move towards the egg.
As soon as you start ripping stuff off of it.
Okay. So it's going straight for me, right?
Yes.
Okay. So is that gonna be like it's trying to brawl me or bite
Yes,
me or?
it is trying to brawl you right now, and this is a massive creature. I should continue to say. It is a
That's
huge
fine.
beast.
So long as it doesn't deal planetary scale damage, I should be fine.
Don't give him ideas.
We'll see what happens here.
It opens its mouth and a massive missile tube comes out.
What's your defense, I guess? Do you have any defenses?
I don't have my Bane Blade's activated right now, so it's just one melee defense.
Okay. You don't have any things to upgrade that?
No.
Okay.
It's just trying to bite me.
All right. And I'll upgrade it once with some dark side. So someone can flip that if they want, because I can't for some reason.
I'll flip it.
All right, cool.
Oh gosh.
And by the way, while this is happening, what is the curator doing? Is he going to try to go and look and see what the mission is?
He definitely gets a call, and he sits up in his seat. He doesn't go to look. He's like, oh, God. And he seems to be sort of like shouting into his comm, like, and directing things. He yells for them to get the pieces out of there, get the guests out of there, stuff like that.
What do I hear over the stolen microphone?
You hear a lot of people yelling to evacuate the northeastern area. And that's basically it right now. Just a lot of screaming. So yeah, I think that made it with some advantage and a triumph, right?
I don't see the roll.
I made it, but I don't think it's showing up right now for some reason.
No, it's not.
No, we don't see it.
It made it with... It got 1 success, 4 advantages, and a triumph.
Ooh. Well, how much damage would it deal?
It's not dealing any damage at the moment. Well, it does clutch around you. It deals about... Let's see, with the one... It deals 10 damage.
That's my soak eats it. I have 11 soak.
So what it does is, it leaps... It sort of like... spreads its wings as it kind of squeezes through and dives down into this exhibit area. which is wider than it. Like, these rooms are actually pretty large, so it fits in there. And
Okay.
it grabs Rock in one of its giant claws.
Oh.
And it starts lifting into the air.
I'm going to
Oh,
activate my Van Blade, and I'm going to stab it in the foot.
No, I can grab you.
Okay. But if everyone's panicking and you're standing there, like if you're just standing there, it's going to draw more attention with everyone running in.
Gotcha.
But I'm not too far off the ground, so like let's
Yeah,
see.
I mean, the main thing it wants is the egg, right? So.
All right, so I'll just try to free myself by punching its talon. I won't activate my Van Blade. Rock is fighting a rock. Yes, the irony was not lost on me, Kyle. So I'm just gonna try to punch it to free myself.
Punch it to free yourself? Okay.
Yeah. So like, actually, you know what? No, I'm gonna try to like pry open its talons so I fall out.
Mm-hmm.
So it would just be a straight brawl or brawn.
Oh yeah, so like an athletics check. I go to me.
Idea for Saber. What if you, while this is going on, you actually grab the egg and try to run down to the other exhibit to cause a commotion down there, which could then give you a chance to grab the backpack, the way backpack.
Ah, okay, yeah. So what's between?
But the thing is, but you're selling it as you're trying to save the egg.
The egg.
Yeah. There are security guards that are like trying to get their way to the egg to drag it out, but they can't quite get there yet. So you do have an opportunity to get it before them.
Okay, yeah, I'll definitely try. What I need to do, like an athletics check, or should I just pull it to me? I mean,
you can do whatever you want.
Yeah.
I would say just run up and grab it, because people are watching the egg and they just see it sort of jerk its way towards you.
How many people are watching? It's just the security guards who are running toward it. And if they see you move out of the way, they might not connect it to, force powers, but it would be kind of weird, but,
Yeah, I mean, there's enough, things, big things moving around that you would think that it might roll about a bit. I think for safety purposes, it's probably better to yank it to me.
Yeah.
So, what's the silhouette of it?
It's only solo one.
Okay. That's still kind of a big...
Well, I guess, yeah, it's still in the cage thing, so...
Oh, okay. So I'd be
The
running
cage-
around with the cage?
Yeah, it's not that big, though. The cage is, only enough to, contain it, essentially.
Okay. Okay.
It would almost be solo at 0. So...
So do you want me to roll that at 1 or 0?
Yeah, just say 0.
Okay. Well. Okay. So I don't think I need to use any of the light side to... if it's just a silhouette 0 at short range.
Mm-hmm.
So that's another conflict, though. And I mean, part of that advantage, I want it just to be there's so much chaos around that things are getting knocked all over the place, so it doesn't seem strange that ice suddenly comes up.
Yeah, with all that advantage, it just looks like as it dove down for Rock, like its wings probably just batted it out of the way or something. It looks like kind of just the force, like the wind. Because as it's coming down, it's got a giant wingspan, so it's this huge gust of wind just hits the floor.
Yeah.
Scatters all the glass.
Okay, yeah, I'm going to be running towards the Ancient Weapons exhibit.
Alright, as you start running, its head jerks up at you, and it carries Rock with it as it chases after you.
Nice.
Can I see this happening now? As
it depends on how far they get. If you're curious about it, and if you look through the doors, people are running into the Grand Hall now, in droves. People are just screaming and running through. And if you look through the hall, you can now see Saber running across the hallway, and then this huge bird with Rock in one of its talons runs by right after.
So I'm going to yell, even though I've been sold to another, I'll yell out, "Master!" and go running out there. And maybe, Saber, if you can throw me the egg, I can do coordination dodge sometimes, so at least I can stay out of that thing's clutches as we try to get it down there.
Yeah, do we need to do a check for tossing it over?
Transfer right? Nah, he can just grab it if he comes up to you. If you give it to him, yeah.
Yeah, so, yeah.
And the curator's so panicked and busy, he doesn't even notice you leave.
Okay. And I'm cartwheeling over people and getting through the crowd and
give me just give me an average coordination just for your parkour over the crowd.
Sweet. I hope I don't get a Durin roll.
Yeah. Saber's gonna be right there with you though, so okay. I'll use the dark side to take away the threat.
Oh, maybe I can get like assistance from Saber. Like maybe he's using the force to push people out of my way.
Yeah, if you need it. Well, if he sees you need it, but he trusts in your expertise. You've proven yourself.
Yeah.
Nice.
I'm gonna say that I get a running start, and with that triumph, I vault over people, and I'm actually running on people's heads and shoulders.
Alright, now... Alright, okay, I figured out what I want to do. So I still have the whip, and this thing's got me in its talons. So I'm going to try to climb up onto its back, and use the whip, like, to wrap around its neck, and try to, try and control it with the whip. To try and ride it.
You want to try to corral? You want to try to like wrangle this thing with a whip?
Yeah, but I need to get out of its talons first. So,
Yeah.
what is my?
Give me a daunting upgraded 1 to athletics.
Alrighty, so here's the athletics to get out of the talons.
Yeah, you can force them apart and get yourself free without hurting yourself or anything. You kind of skid on the ground and get your footing, and can manage to keep up with it.
Then I'm going to try to make my way onto its back, which will probably be another athletics.
Yeah, it would be pretty difficult to climb onto its back while it's running.
Oh, in that case, then I'll just try to use the whip to lasso its neck.
Oh yeah, you might be able to ensnare it.
Yeah.
Yeah, you can try. Just give me a melee attack, but he's adversary 3 at the moment, and we'll have 1 range defense. I don't know why I said at the moment. So yes, his adversary changes or anything.
So he's at 2 red, 1 purple then.
Yes, and I'll upgrade another with dark side. Someone can flip that for me.
Then I'm going to use my frenzied attack, which will drop me by 2, upgrade it by 2.
Yeah. With a whip, it's melee, right? Yeah, it is.
Yeah. And then I'll save the light side point. Yeah. Does the whip have accurate on it, Tommy, or anything like that? No? Okay. Then yeah, here we go.
Oh.
Yeah. So I hit it. I don't ensnare it because I need advantage to ensnare it, right?
Oh no, I see it now. Okay. Yeah, you would need advantage to ensnare it.
Okay.
So your whip, it's a little too fast. Your whip hits it, and it kind of like catches on the plumage, and you can kind of see it go down on the flesh on the back of its neck, but it doesn't really wrap around it. There's a little too like tufty in there, a little too much puff on the feathers.
So what kind of like strain? So it does. I'm assuming the whip does strain damage.
It does. It's for. Oh.
Does it have a base damage modifier?
Yeah, it's +1 your brawn.
Okay. So then that's 5 + 6. So that's 11 strain damage to it. Do I have its attention now?
No. It is going after that egg.
Damn it. Then when the opportunity presents itself, I'm going to keep running with it, but I'm going to try to ensnare it at least one more time.
Okay. So. Sorry, I'll take a bit off the screen so we can go back to the map. Where are you running with it? Are you running down? Yeah, you're running down south, right? Yeah.
Yes.
All right. So yeah, you just passed the mid hallway where Rogesh caught up with you, and you tossed the egg up to Rogesh, right? Yeah. Now he's running out ahead. So what did Saber do? Is Saber still running, or did he stop?
Yeah, no, I did the same coordination check just to keep him.
Yeah, I mean you wouldn't even have had to because you were running out ahead, so you wouldn't have had to move through the crowd. You're at the front of everything.
Yeah.
But now, yeah, okay. So you guys keep going down the hall, and you're just trying to lead it right there, right? You're not like trying to do anything with it, with the egg or anything like that.
Yeah, we're just trying to use this as an excuse to get access to the. And I guess we're gonna have. I assume we're just going to give it the egg at some point, but you know.
Yeah. So no, Kyle, the headsets aren't connected directly to the PA system. You wouldn't be able to broadcast anything. You'd have to like find the security office to do that.
Oh, but could he say that to the rest of the security guards, though?
Yeah, if you have his comm links, you could say something to the security guards.
Yes, I'll say on the foremost authority on xenobiology, those bloody things really hate the Felucian mushrooms. If you manage to get us into the Felucian room, everyone will be perfectly safe.
Alright, that'll be a hard deception.
Alright.
I'll upgrade it.
I will upgrade it back, so I won't even bother doing it.
And flip. Actually, you have to flip 2, because no one flipped the last one that I did. Because I can't do it for some reason.
Okay.
Oh, the other direction, or is that correct?
Yeah, because I flipped Dark Side last time, but no one flipped it for me.
Would you say this is still the same encounter?
Sure.
Yes! Unmatched expertise. Okay, let's roll this.
As long as you're in that room.
Yes!
I'll leave the room.
Nice!
Alright. Yeah.
I only rolled 2 successes and a failure.
Get the guests to the southwest room right now. Everyone in the southwest room. And now you see everyone still screaming, and everyone starts running. All the guards start like corralling people that way. Still going crazy. The curator's running there too.
Bose, you might want to keep an eye on those shifty people still, because this might be an opportunity for them as well.
Opportunity for them to what?
But I don't know. They were just it looked like they wanted
Speaking
something
of them,
in the Grand Hall.
You see the guy with the Twi'lek guy. As soon as everyone starts running toward that pollution room, everyone's going crazy. He runs toward one of the display cases in the center, and like pistol whips it with his pistol that he's taken out of his ankle holster. And he grabs the tablet inside.
Oh, we need to stop them so we can get paid for stopping the robbery as we're robbing.
Yeah.
I mean, Bosch is by the curator, so he's gonna go ahead and shout and point that out.
Whipcord him.
I don't have the whipcord.
That's right.
Is whipcord concealable?
Yeah.
Oh, leadership check on the guard.
You can say you have it.
I'm fine with doing that if I can.
Rally them.
Go for it.
Yeah, you can do leadership check, or like I said, you can flip a destiny to say you have the whipcord launcher if you can conceal it.
No, Key has it.
Oh, okay.
Bosch gave it to him, like, beyond the rim.
Yeah, so yeah, you can give a leadership check. What's that usually against? Let's say it's just hard.
Okay. I think discipline, I don't remember.
Yeah, maybe some setbacks from the chaos, but you can remove those, can't you?
Discipline? Yeah, it's hard upgraded once.
Okay, I can remove 2 setbacks, and I can downgrade it, so it's gonna be...
Yeah, there would have been setbacks due to crowd and stuff like that, but yeah, you can remove it.
Cool. Let me see... Had anything else? I have too many trees. Alright, I think that should be it. Cool. If I fail this, I'm going to cry.
You have natural charming.
Oh, yes! Blammo!
Why couldn't I get that when I was gambling?
As soon as you yell that, one of the big burly like human guards just like dive body checks the Twi'lek guy and tackles him on the ground. And the tablet that he's holding like skids across the floor right to Bosch's feet.
Nice.
Right, he's gonna try and subtly pick it up and, I don't know, pocket it.
With your triumph, you could just conceal it straight away. No one's even looking at you right now.
Awesome.
Nice. Okay.
So, down to the southern part. So you guys... There was a guard at the end of this hallway, but seeing this shit come at him, he just flat out opens the door and runs through the artifact room and just is gone. But the door is open ahead of you, and you guys can duck through. And the Ibit, although it's huge, it can still, like, it has to lower itself a bit, but it can get through the door pretty easy, like it did with the other door.
Yeah, so it's probably crawling to get in, right?
A little bit, yeah. It has to kind of get down a bit.
I
I'm
will
gonna try
hold
to
on to the
ensnare it
egg
again.
and basically try to keep its attention while it's like doing stuff. If you guys can try to get to the backpack.
Yeah.
And as soon as you get the
we can
backpack,
still try the snare.
Yeah.
No, you can try again with the same roll. Go ahead.
might
Wait,
get stuck in
before
the
you do
door.
that though, we kind of want it to be in that room so that we have the excuse of, like, no one's going to want to be in that room while it's flapping about in there, so...
Alright, so I'll wait till it gets in the room.
Yeah.
Yeah.
To
Yeah, the
ensnare.
backpack thing is that the opposite end of the room. It's, you know, the southern end. So you guys, like, can run straight back there, and it kind of has some room to come toward you.
Yeah. Saber's gonna go for it and I guess put it on.
But, oh, okay. So you put it on, you feel, like, this feeling in you, and you look at the thing, you suddenly realize what this thing is supposed to be. It's like one of the first lightsabers. In the backpack is the generator for it. It's the power source.
Oh, they're the corded ones?
Nice.
Yeah.
Oh, shit.
And you see that display of crystals on the wall. And if you try to hit a button on it, it doesn't activate. Right away into it.
Okay. So, it doesn't have a focus crystal. I know what this is. So yeah, I mean, I would be reaching for the crystals, basically.
And while you do that, Rock, give me give me the same roll for your ensnaring.
Alrighty, so I'm gonna take another two strain. I'm at 4 now, and I'm gonna upgrade it. And here we go.
And I'll be using dark side again, so same 3 red. There you go. Yeah, you totally have enough advantage too, even with its size.
So I've got it ensnared now.
Yeah, Rock manages to like toss the whip over its over the plumage, like gets it around, and he kind of like slides in under it and grabs the other end of the whip, and then holds both ends and like tries to keep it in place, while he's like anchored to the floor.
Yeah.
So the Ibit is like struggling there. Its legs are like straining against the floor, and its wings kind of spread. It looks really angry right now, but you have it kind of under control for the moment.
Good. Now that we kind of have what we were looking for, Neil, give it the egg!
Alright, yeah.
So are you gonna like slide the egg toward it, or are you gonna like put it down in front of it or something?
Yeah, sure. Well, wait, before we do that though, is there anything else we need in terms of just keeping this distraction before we do it? Because I can keep it busy and dodge it for a little bit.
Well, I've got it under control too, so I'm kind of wrangling it. I can direct it about the room, actually, yeah, Saber, grab the crystals.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The crystals will be are gonna be more.
Yeah, like let's
more
empty this
valuable than
room
the
out.
actual.
Plus, we can
lightsaber.
pin it on the Twi'lek and his group now.
Exactly, we can pin on the Twi'lek and his group, and we can clear this. Yeah.
Yeah.
Supermarket suite.
Take the oldest functioning blaster in the galaxy as well.
So can I like direct the Ibit toward the center of the room so it destroys that display?
Yeah, you can try to pull it that way. You wouldn't be able to like directly guide it, but you can kind of try to get it to go that way.
All right, I'm gonna try to get it towards the center of the room, where that exhibit is.
All right. Are you trying to do it just by like dragging it, or are you trying to like coax it that way?
Well, Rock isn't the subtle type, so he's gonna try to like just yank the whip and like force it into that direction.
Okay. Give me a 6 difficulty, upgraded twice, athletics.
Oh man.
Wow, so it's comparable to my athletics.
It's a big
I'm gonna
bird.
spend a light side to upgrade mine.
Yeah, and I'll do dark side again, so upgrade it 3 times.
Okay. So it's literally the exact same dice pool.
Yeah.
Ignore the percentile roll.
Oh man, yeah. Rock like his servo's like grind against the floor, and he drags it. You can see like chips of marble and shit breaking out from the ground where Rock is stepping as he's trying to pull this thing with him. And its wings like flap out, and it like blows through a glass case, and shards of glass just fly through the air. And yeah, its like tail swings back and just knocks this whole row of shit off the wall.
I'm gonna call to Ragesh to grab the blaster.
But as this happens, the other door on the west side bursts open, and like a squad of security guards jumps into the room.
I'm gonna run straight for them with the egg in tow, and like Rock, you should probably, without even saying anything, like let the bird go, so that the bird can go straight for these guards and me.
Okay. As he starts running, then I'm going to crack the whip to where it lets go of the ensnare.
Right? Yeah. So you just let go of one end and let it go.
Well, no, I'm keeping the whip, but I wanted to crack it in a way so that it where it had wrapped around itself to ensnare the bird, that it unwinds and lets the bird loose.
I'm gonna yell, "My master said that I must keep this safe," and I'm running straight for the guards with the egg.
Okay. Yeah. So Rock is just letting the ensnare go off. He's keeping the whip, but letting the Okay.
I'm dropping the ensnare.
Okay. So yeah, The Ibit
And
immediately
then I'll-
turns as Ragesh runs off and bounds after him, crashing through another display case.
To make sort of a show of it, Rock will fall back onto his rear plate, as a show of like the bird just yanking itself free, so it wasn't totally obvious that I just let it go.
Yeah. So it just goes right after Ragesh. Actually, one of its feet hits the display where the world's oldest functioning, the galaxy's oldest functioning blaster is. And where it was like set into this like, almost like a podium thing, it was like molded into the metal there. Like it actually cracks the stone and it kind of slides off a bit. So it's on the floor beside it. But yeah, it goes right after Ragesh, and as Ragesh runs up toward the security guards, they all like back up a bit. Like they have some like stun rifles in their hands, but they obviously don't want to face down an Ibit, especially an Ibit this huge, like head on. So they start like backing up, like getting ready to run almost.
I'm gonna wait till they start running before I make a grab for the blaster.
So is Ragesh running straight toward them, or is he trying to run past them?
Actually, what do you guys think? I think I might want to fake tripping and throw the egg to one of these guys, like hot potato.
Yes, hot potato it. They're all just they're gonna fucking scatter.
Yeah, so
I love it.
I'll do
Absolutely.
a deception check to fake like I'm falling in hot potato.
Alright. Sure. I'm not sure what I'd make of that as a deception check, but let's call it hard. Alright. Yeah, they're like... Wait,
Oops. Don't let it crack! Someone catch it!
One of the guards dives onto the ground and grabs it in both hands, and he's just like flat on his stomach, and the other two like grab him by the shoulders and try to drag him back up. And the Ibit actually like steps over Ragesh, like just barely missing, like stomping right on him, and like
I'm
keeps
totally,
running
like-
after them.
I'm in a curled in fetal position as this thing like rushes over.
Yeah, you can feel like its tail feathers bat against your back, and they all feel like almost sharp, but it doesn't hurt or anything. In this crowd of like 5 security guards, just as booking it, they're like dragging their friend on the ground, who's like still holding the egg.
You can shout for them to go through the main atrium or to try and get them out just outside. While we continue pilfering this room, I guess.
Yeah, I'm gonna grab the blaster at this point, and then I'm gonna. No, I don't have anywhere to conceal it. That's the.
Well, the thing is,
Yeah.
the way the blaster is, it's almost like it was, like I said, like embedded in this stone almost. So to take it, you would be taking like a foot by a foot stone brick, almost.
Can I try to break it out then?
You could, but it would take a lot of finesse because you have to like pull it out of the slots. There's nowhere where you could like just force it out.
What if I use my van blade, one of my van blades, to try to pop it out?
You can try to pry it out.
Yeah. So what would that be? Would that be coordination or anything? I'm shitty at that.
Yeah, it'll be closer to a finesse thing.
I mean,
Can I just try to
I'm
break
there.
this-
I can help you out.
Rock will just try to break the stone around it.
Yeah, it can be like a daunting athletics if you want to try to chip the stone away to make it easier.
Yeah.
You're like breaking stone with your hands.
Yeah. Well, it's not too hard for Rock, but
Nice.
Yeah, you kind of like bash it a little, and it kind of comes away, it loosens a bit, but it's still embedded in there. In the glass plating that was over the top of it, like cracks, and kind of falls out neatly. So at least you can kind of get at it now.
all right. Can I try to break the stone some more just to try to destroy the stone block that it's currently like in or embedded in?
At this point, there's probably not enough stone left that you're sure you wouldn't break the blaster doing it.
All right. Then I'll call to Ragesh to come and try this thing out.
And what sort of check would this be?
This would be like coordination, I would say, just to get the good angle on it and try to pry it out.
So daunting coordination.
Yeah, let's say that.
Oh, I should have said that. All right.
I'll use. I'll activate one of my Van Blades to get.
I'll upgrade it too. Flip one for me.
I'll use. Oh, sorry. I'll activate one of my Van Blades to and let Ragesh sort of maneuver my arm to try to pop it out to give him a boost or upgrade or whatever that would do. So it's pretty much my arm. Like my arm and the Van Blade become the tool that Ragesh will use to try to pop it out.
Got it.
Awesome.
Yeah. Ragesh kind of like takes his little penknife probably and jabs it out, and it kind of flies up in the air, and he grabs it. And it looks really crappy, like you saw from the outside, but at least it seems kind of solid. And yeah, in Five's room, there are now like dozens of people flooding in there at once, and they're all kind of like huddling in one of the corners next to all the cases.
And probably including the guards with the golden egg, because they heard what she said.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're heading that way now.
The other question, those would still be in the Grand Hall, right? That's where the one guy was trying to steal stuff?
Yeah.
So, this is also where the gambling tables were, right?
Mm-hmm.
Would there be any, like, credit chips left on the tables or anything like that?
Yeah, there are probably some just laying around, but...
I mean, at this point, if there's chaos going on, unless there's any other artifacts, he might just, pocket what he can.
Yeah, let's say, roll me a percentile die.
Hey.
Yeah, you can find about 700 credits just laying around.
I will do that then.
So, Saber has the crystals. Does it look like there's an obvious mechanism to...
Yeah, it looks like if he fiddles around with it for a second while everyone's doing the other stuff, it looks like he can like twist away part of the hilt thing and insert one of the crystals in it. And there's like a locking mechanism where he can close it again.
Okay. Yeah, I assume he's just doing it like, the Force users do, where it just sort of like spreads out all the components just in the air, hovering in the air, and then he closes it back up.
But for this one, there aren't as many components, obviously, because the whole power thing is the backpack.
Mm-hmm.
So the party holds is really just the crystal part.
Okay. So does it seem like there's a charge to the backpack or anything? Probably not. Well,
seems like it works a little bit.
Okay. Yeah. I mean, Saber's interested. He would make sure that there's no one else looking around, but
you can be sure that there's probably no one else looking here at this point. There might be some guards running in from the north part, but maybe not. The door's still closed. It looks like a swung back.
So what does this thing look like when he turns it on?
It looks, as you would imagine, like a lightsaber, but shittier.
Okay.
It's kind of like the blade kind of ripples a bit and almost like bends at sometimes.
Like the containment field isn't really steady enough.
Yeah, it's like a weak orange-yellow color.
Okay. Oh, Saber likes it. He'll turn it off and look for a way to conceal it.
Suddenly you're a hunchback.
Yeah, you're wearing the backpack. You can try to put it under your suit if you want, but...
I'd say, I'll look back to Saber and just say, the crystals are what's more important than it.
What?
The crystals are more important than it.
I mean, but... No.
Besides, you already have one. You have a better one.
No. Saber likes it. I mean, it's an ancient lightsaber. How can you not take that?
Are there any people that are like passed out from fear around us?
Not that are just passed out on the floor. There may have been some people that fainted and are now being dragged away.
But yeah,
Saber. I would I mean, maybe I could totally grab like a robe or something and actually put the backpack on and use a deception check to make it look like I'm an old, elderly, like a hooded hunchback person.
Alright, give me a hard perception.
Perception. Just in case.
Yeah. Saber will slip the crystals into his robes in any case. So.
Yeah, you find what looks like a long shawl thing that someone probably discarded while they were running. It's just laying on the ground.
Alright, I throw that on and I run over to Saber and once again give him a wink and then ask him for the backpack.
Yeah, Saber will take out the crystal and then hand it over.
Like, don't worry, I've got this for you.
Saber blushes a little bit.
I'll pass the blaster to Ragesh to hide as well under the shawl.
Cool. Will do.
And then, was there anything else like?
I had one other question too.
Okay.
Foes wants to try and make his way to the ancient droid exhibit.
Okay. Yeah, you can totally do that.
And he might, if he's passing guards on the way, he might just like, I don't know, leadership them and say, need to check on the security of the room. Just act like he's supposed to be doing whatever.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, just give me like a hard leadership, just to kind of pass through. Most of the guards that are still here are like, just glad they're not on the other end of the building. And they're just kind of directing people through to the Felucia room.
Fair enough. Downgrading it. Okay.
All right. Yeah, they let you through. They're like, all right, do what you got to do. We'll stay here.
Okay. So, what's in here? Did we ever describe it before? I wasn't sure if I missed that part.
No one's gone there yet. It looks like there are a bunch of just sort of like deactivated droids. Some of them are like pseudo hanging up on the wall. Some of them are kind of standing in poses. At the center, there's like a block. What looks like a cube object in a glass case, and it's kind of got these green, almost like blocky vein lines like running across it, and they kind of glow faintly and move. You know, it looks like the droid brain that was described as the centerpiece.
All right. And is the room unoccupied?
Yes.
All right, how big is the droid brain? Because he's kind of just in a smash and grab thought right now.
It is maybe 8 inches wide. It's like an 8-inch cube.
Potentially concealable in some armored robes.
Yeah.
Or armored jacket. Alright, yeah, he's just gonna grab like a stanchion or something that's sitting around and smash open the the plasteel if he can.
Alright. As soon as you hit the plasteel case with the like whatever you picked up, the whole display case like lifts up, and it looks like these looks like the brackets that were like on the sides of the display kind of like flip out like little arms, and it pushes itself up off of the thing and starts running across the room. It looks like this little flat like cube droid with a little brain on the top, and it looks like the display is now part of whatever this droid is.
Alright, he's going to chase after it, and I don't know if this would be charming or not, like, just yell, "Hey, get back here, little guy."
Alright, give me a hard charm check.
Heal. What was my charm skill? Okay. Any flips or anything?
No, go ahead.
Alright. Alright. You guys see that?
Yep. You got it.
Nice.
2 success, 5 advantage.
Right, so are you just trying to coax it back, or are you like trying to get your hands on it?
Both. I mean, I'm trying not to be threatening, but running after and trying to get to stop.
Keep your hands away from me, you cretin! I need to escape this place.
Well, that's what I'm trying to do, is I'm trying to get you out of here. Didn't you know that you were scheduled to be rescued?
Is this true?
It isn't not true.
And when it talks to you, it starts like, it's like the lines on its little brain thing blink, but then you notice, on like the wall panels, they turn like the same color as the brain, and they blink too whenever it speaks. It's almost like, as it runs, and as like things are near it, it's almost like gathering them up as part of itself, kind of. So like pieces of the different displays, like, connect to where it is, like, almost like magnetically. And it kind of like builds itself a little bit, and it's now like a little taller, with like 4 legs.
Oh gosh.
Alright, then, yeah, he's just gonna say, look, if you want to get out of here, then we'll get you out of here. Things are kind of a mess right now, but we have a ship.
The ship? I trust you, whatever you are.
I'm Boj. What are you?
We'll talk about that later.
Here, climb on my back, pretend to be a backpack. Lay
It
low.
literally does just that. It jumps from the ground, and its four arms like sling around your shoulders and connect to each other. And it kind of like, you hear like a zoop, and it kind of compacts itself a little bit. And it's just stuck to your back.
Alright, this may be either really good or really bad, but Boj is happy.
I'm sure Balken can figure out what it is.
I'll relay to, or I'll contact Phi over the comm link, and ask her what's going on her end.
Oh, but also the other team too.
Oh, I don't know how to get in contact with anyone on the other team.
You could just try to talk to them. Actually, right now, if you would want to talk to them, let me look real quick. It would be.
I kind of have been out of character talking to him.
Oh, okay.
Well, still not you can still talk to them in character if you want to. If you want to try to ask them what's going on.
In character, yeah. I'll calm them and ask them what's how's the party on their end.
All right. Roll me a force die. Will you do this?
Force die! Hooray!
That's actually really good.
Oh, nice.
You managed to get the communication through without it being monitored at all.
Hooray! So how is the party going on their end?
I've asked, but before I give you that answer, I believe there is a giant ibit running toward the mushroom exhibit.
Yes, I do believe there was.
So is Phi's like sitting in there. She notices obviously tons of people coming into the room, crowding in. And then the eastern doors burst open and 5 guards run through, and one of them's on the ground holding this egg in a cage. And then as soon as they're through, this giant, like, giant mauve teeth and like beak-ish sort of thing. It's not really a beak, but it like bursts through the doors again, and its head ducks through.
Wait, where did they enter? Sorry, I stepped away for a second.
They entered through the east side, and now,
I pressed the button.
You okay?
The rock is in. As soon as the rock is, I press the button, and I'm going to run towards the north exit and try and break the lock. Get it stuck.
Haven't people been running in through that door anyways?
Yeah, they have been.
You know what?
They've mainly been running in through the north door.
You know what? I will escape out the north door now and try and block it from the other side.
Okay. So, all right. So you hit the button, and the ventilation system starts like shooting these rainbow-colored spores, like all different colors, start like shooting out of the top of this like thing in the glass case. As the head breaks through, people start like trying to jump toward the back of the room, and one of them hits the case, and the case shatters. And the giant like rainbow-colored mushroom just starts spewing spores into the room.
Huh?
And shit gets crazy.
All
Even
right.
crazier. Well, yeah, the guys on the ground, obviously, they had the egg, and everyone sort of pauses, like, isn't supposed to stop it? And it just kind of, like, lurches again, and you see its, like, talon, like, fly into the room, grab, like, the guy holding the egg, and it drags him back out through the door. And then, yeah, so if I can get up to the north door as well if she wants.
All right. Yeah, I'm gonna try and fudge the door from the other side.
All right. Give me like an average perception to find something to jam it with. Unless you think you have something you could jam it with.
What is that?
5 enter spores.
I mean, unless you have something you could jam it with.
So say the counter still right?
Not, whatever. Sure. Yeah.
Okay. Makes it easy.
Wait, what are you using?
Oh, I still have my unmatched expertise. I'm scamming my unmatched expertise for as long as I can. He said he was okay. So 2 successful, 2 advantage.
The team gets back through the rock. They've secured the diamond and they're trying to get out now.
Awesome.
Or at least they're finding their way out now. Or they're trying to.
I was gonna say, do they need more of a distraction?
No, I don't think so. So yeah, 5 finds like a looks like a sturdy flagpole or something that got knocked off the wall, and she can like sort of wrench it between two of the handles of the door, and the room is now shut.
So we're pretty much like the only people still accessible to the rest of the Grand Hall because we're all outside of that mushroom room.
Not the only people. There's still some people like running around. There's still guards, and some people are still just running out the main entrance.
Yeah. Where's the Ibit?
Are less people.
I mean, I would assume the Ibits are like right here, right?
Yeah. If you guys are behind it there in the main atrium, you see it like reach its claw in and drag this dude out, and then like it like whips its like the wrist of its leg essentially. It whips its wrist, and the dude just like flies like 20 feet back and like skids on the ground next to you, and you see it like holding the egg in its claw, and obviously because it can't run with the egg in its claw, it like beats its wings. Yeah, it like beats its wings and like hovers a bit, like and starts heading toward the main atrium area.
Well, we really shouldn't like fiddle with it anymore. It got what it wants, and unless I want to try and burst
Are there any skylights in the main atrium area?
Yeah, the main atrium actually doesn't even have a glass skylight. Like I said earlier, it has the weather shield on it. So it's just a shield that's made to keep out like cold and rain, so you can actually pass through it.
Oh, okay. So it'll be able to fly out as soon as it gets there.
Yeah.
Yeah. Awesome.
In which case, I'll run and I'll bodyguard. I'll take a defensive stance in front of Saber, just to like make a show of me protecting him.
Yeah. Saber will have his ancient sword out. Yeah, I don't know. Acting, he's hamming it too.
All right. Yeah. So everyone looks at you guys like gasping as the Ibit bounds towards you, but then as it gets really close, it almost looms over you, and it looks at both of you. And you can see its eyes like squint, especially at Saber, and then it leaps up off the ground with the egg in one claw, and like, actually no. It stops and it looks at Rock and Saber. And with the egg in its claw, it like puts it on the ground in front of you.
What? I'm gonna ready the whip, just like
it nudges the cage around the egg with its beak.
Oh yeah, bring it out of the cage.
I'll step forward and I'll rip the cage open.
Yeah, you don't have to roll. It's not even that tough. You like break the bars on the cage, and the Ibit like looks like its plumage like flares up, like it's ready to like bite your head off. But as you like break it free without damaging the egg, it sort of like lets out a little little noise, and it grabs the egg again, like really gently in its talons.
All right. After I break it out, I'm going to slowly back up to Saber, the whip still in hand, making a show of just making a big show of like hamming it up, like I'm not sure what it's gonna do or I don't know what it's doing, but I know full well it's not gonna bother us anymore.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think we should just act like we're scaring it off now at this point, even though we obviously are helping it. So
I'll make a show of like waggling the whip at it. I won't crack it yet. Not until it's like in flight and like gone. I'll crack the whip. Like after it's like up and passing through the shield, I'll crack the whip. Yeah, be gone, foul.
So you see it grab the egg like really gently for how large and beastly this thing is, and its wings beat, and it flies up through the weather shielded area into the sky.
And I'll crack the whip and start hooting and hollering at it.
Some of its giant golden, white, and black, or golden, white, and gray, like feathers kind of fall down next to you.
I'm going to pick those up and I'm going to keep them. They're nice feathers.
Yeah, so let's see, what was Fi doing? Fi was heading to the security office.
Yes. I will walk right in like a...
Do we know where the rest of the group is? Are they coming up now?
They have the diamond, so they're coming up at some point. They're not here yet.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, but I'm gonna walk in the security office.
Right, as you walk in there, it's not abandoned. There are a lot of security guards in there, including the security chief, and they're all looking at monitors and yelling, and you see the monitors displaying like all the people crowded on the floor. And now that the Felucia room has been unleashed, you see like people in the room are like covered in multicolored dust, and then people are just going insane on the floor right now. People are like retching around. Some people are like almost dancing, and some people are like punching the wall and shit. It looks like it's a very wide range of emotions going on in there.
Alright. Well, you know what? I have a cunning plan.
Oh, nice. What's your cunning plan? This is not the same encounter, by the way.
What do you say?
This is not the same encounter, by the way.
I know. I got you.
Seduce all of the security guards.
Band dance. Band dance.
This is this is. I can't think of it again. This is ISP Agent Jade Falcon. What is happening here?
Oh my God! You really say that?
Yes, I do. Let's go big or go home, man.
Someone in the back looks up at you, narrows his eyes, and a familiar voice says, "I don't remember bringing you here."
Oh God!
Oh shit!
All right.
You stepped in it now, man.
You know what? This is where you say, "Hey, I was assigned to one of the I was assigned to
One of the dignitaries?
yeah, I can't think of the name right now. I was assigned to one of the guests. What's going on?
Give me a daunting upgraded twice deception.
Okay, let's do this.
And I'm gonna flip it again.
Okay, I am gonna flip back as well. So we won't even touch the destiny. Yeah. Luckily, deception is one of the few things I am good at. Come on, roll!
Someone flipped it for me, by the way.
Oh man. Why I flip back? So.
Okay, that's fine.
Net zero change.
Yeah, this guy gets up from his chair. and
Wait,
his
no,
eyes-
I can re-roll that. I think. Let me double check.
Charmer?
Yes.
Oh, yeah, you do have natural charm.
That's
Oh,
deception,
my
though.
God.
This deception.
Yeah.
No, natural charmer applies to deception and charm.
Does it?
Oh, it does?
Yeah. Yeah.
Let me double check.
Does it really?
I'm looking. I have it.
One charm or deception check. Yes.
Yep.
Wow. All right, go ahead.
This is what really happened. Is this?
Oh my
I guess that's better.
It's not as bad. How about this? He doesn't believe me, but he's too distracted by all the other crazy stuff going on, and just thinks I'm some crazy person because I'm covered in the dust, right?
Yeah. Sure.
Yeah!
He looks up. He looks at you, and his eyes narrow. And it looks like he's about to jump over the table at you, but he's like, "Someone else take care of that." And then some other guard jumps at you to try to rest you on the floor. Not on the floor, just try to get you under control. He's gonna brawl you right now.
All right.
What's your defense?
None.
Okay, let's try it. He does succeed by 1.
All right.
So
I'm not wearing any of my armor, so my soak would be just 2.
yeah,
No,
but he's not like
he's grappling you.
yeah, he's not punching you. He's just grabbing you.
All right.
So you have the security guard.
Quick, spout more nonsense.
I will, you know that. Hey, if you can't lie your way through life, how you gonna live it, right? Okay, you know what? I was like, they're coming out of the walls. The walls, don't you see?
They're coming out of the wall stickers!
Alright. This guy gets a really confused look on his face and looks back to the guy at the desk. Really? And then the guy just shakes his head, and then the security guard throws you out of the door and closes it behind you.
Sounds good. I will go to the comm like, Compnor is here. Compnor is here. Get the hell out of there.
On the broker comm link,
Yeah, I'll over the broker. I'm letting Jeff
roll me
know
a
that.
force die.
I'm running. I'm running like there's no. Oh, I didn't mean to do that.
Oh, okay.
I didn't mean to do that. There you go. I got one black.
Yeah, it's time for
Okay,
us to
so
go.
quick, fill me in. Compnor showed up because I missed that part.
I don't think it's Captain Compton, was it? Or
Just
Is it-
the
Who
organization.
knows?
oh.
I'm thinking it's the thing. They someone knows us.
Yeah, no. I mean, if that guy was Captain Compnar, he would have jumped on Faye immediately. Like there would have been no question. So
Okay,
Oh.
so let's leave.
Yeah.
Let's get
I'm just gonna say, evac. Just over the comic, just evac. Then I'm going to.
Rogesh is going to, like, tap on your shoulder and speak through the comm link, haberdashery.
Yeah.
You see ahead of you.
We need to get to the haberdashery.
You see the shape of Gristle at the head of the crowd, with Balken's mom standing next to him.
I'll like point at her, grab her, and let's go.
At who?
Wait, why are we grabbing her? What?
Just to get her out of here, to save her from like the crowds and shit. People are tweaking on mushroom death.
Was that part of the plan that we needed to get? I don't remember that.
No.
No, we're just saving her ass.
Yeah, well,
no,
I
she'll
mean,
be safe. Remember, the bird's gone. Everything's fine. We just need to get out of here.
Oh yeah, okay, yeah, never mind.
Like, what are you doing, Rock?
So the Gristle distraction involves her though, or what is?
No. Gristle just happens to be with Balken's mother right now. That's just all.
Don't worry about it.
Oh, okay, yeah.
All right, well, we need to go, so I'm just gonna. I'll just look at Gristle and motion with my head that we have to get out of here.
He looks at you all, and he doesn't say anything. He tries his best not to acknowledge you because he doesn't want to be directly tied to you. But he's just like, you can tell, he's like, what the fuck have you guys done?
Oh, looking towards the door.
Yeah, well, I mean, we need to wait for the other team to come up, don't they?
Yeah. You guys do know that the other team is going to be coming up through those elevators.
Yeah, so I think we just need to get into the Grand Hall and be prepared to, I guess lock as many of the doors as we can while we have the time.
Sure.
Oh yeah. All right, so I guess we're running past them into the Grand Hall to lock up the reception door.
And while we're doing that, though, we should say to the matriarch, we have to make sure we secure the doors. The Ibit might be back.
Yeah. If you want to tell that to her, go
Can I do a
ahead.
deception check on that?
My deception is awful.
So you're trying to deceive the matriarch?
Yeah. Well, everybody who's still everyone in the Grand Hall to give us an excuse to block the doors.
Oh, so you're looking for an excuse to block the door to the Grand Hall?
Yeah. So the matriarch and everybody who's within earshot, when they see us blocking the doors, they see it as an actual, good thing. Or at least the ramblings of a panicked person. Wants to break everything.
Panicked old lady in her disguise.
Yeah, I'm totally gonna do an old lady voice. Punched over.
We gotta close up the doors.
Close off the doors!
Close it all, wow.
I hear things have been going quite well over here.
Yeah.
Oh, that's kind of nice.
It's been amazing.
The infiltration team really put you all to shame, but we can discuss that later.
No, don't be so sure when you see what.
Yeah, I'm like, what's the difficulty on that?
Everybody.
So you
I don't know, we got 0 despairs, kind of.
Just give me a hard deception with 2 setbacks, because you're trying to deceive a lot of people, and it's really loud.
I get to remove 1 setback, and
Okay.
or actually, wait, let me see. I might be able to actually 2.
There's the reason that the reason the Destiny's all the way it is.
Oh yeah, could someone add the Destiny to the pool so we can see it?
It's all white though, is that right?
Tommy flipped 4 of them for some reason.
Oh, I didn't mean to do that. I don't know how
Oh,
that
yeah,
happened.
so flip. Throw them back.
Okay, hold on. Let me add ours. Let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. There you go.
Wow. Holy crap.
What? We played it safe.
Yeah, they used Unmatched Fortune all 3 times. And that cost them.
So, does anyone want to describe? So, are you guys coming up the elevator now?
Yeah, coming up the elevator.
Hey guys.
Yep.
Well,
They were
well,
able to successfully hack it with 4 red die.
Nice.
Does anyone want to describe to them what the scene is that they come into?
Well, they're coming up to a mostly empty Grand Hall. There's a lot of, probably tables
Debris.
overturned. There's exhibits that have been smashed. There's glass in some places.
Massive
Have you seen the
feathers
movie
everywhere.
There's not a lot of people.
Anymore?
Yeah, you can hear some screaming from far off. Maybe some
Screaming, laughing,
They had one
weird
job.
noises.
Well, it was an excellent diversion, I guess. It certainly took things off your end.
But did you get the message about Comp Noir?
Yes, I tried to fake it in Phi's accent and I failed horrifically.
Oh,
So,
Cole's
yeah.
here! Cole's here!
Yeah, as the guys are coming up, we convince people to block the door so the security guards can't come in because we're yelling, "The big bird might be back."
That's devious.
Okay,
Big
but
bird.
out.
There may have been a giant bird in here scaring people.
It was
It's fine.
quite a
A
scene.
giant ibit. A giant. One of
So
these.
it actually busted through the ceiling?
It busted through the glass ceiling.
Did it just show up, or did you have something to do with that?
Saber may have helped it.
Oh.
Did it break through the glass ceiling of the Great Hall or one of the
One of the exhibits, not the Great Hall.
Okay. Then Balken is going to come over the comms and tell all of you to move into the exhibit that the abbot broke through.
Yeah, okay, that's the northeastern one. I'll switch back to there. That's just so you all know what an ibit looks like. It's one of these, except the particular ibit was about like 40 feet in wingspan, so it's fucking gigantic.
Holy crap, yeah. Okay.
Where was the gambling
Anyone?
at?
Gambling was in the middle. You see, as you guys come out the elevator, actually right outside the elevator too, there's like a bunch of overturned like sabacc tables and stuff like that.
Is there any money there? Hawk was going to try to...
Boj actually
Boj grabbed it.
Yeah, I beat you to it.
There.
Oh yeah, Bo should be running in the room too at this point, right?
Yeah, Boj is running in from the west side, and he has like a weird backpack on his back.
Don't worry about it.
Oh, so what did you do?
It's fine.
Oh,
Rogesh is
and,
now a slave.
You want to describe what Rogesh looks like at the moment?
Sensual, if I had to put it in a word.
No, right? Remember, he's got a shawl on now, so he actually looks like an old lady with a hunchback.
That's much better.
Oh, good.
Before that, though, very different look.
Rogesh might be owned by the museum curator now.
Oh.
Maybe.
Hilarious. I'm glad we'll have a recording of this part at least.
Hopefully. We had to change hangouts like 8 times.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, there was... Firefox did not like Hangouts.
Anyway, so yeah, if everyone goes into the Grand Hall and shuts off the southern door, and Balken tells everyone to get to northeast, you guys can just head through the hallway to the east and then head up there.
Sounds good.
Let's bounce.
Yep.
Saber mentions to Erido that he found something really cool that he'd like.
Okay. We'll have lots to talk about.
Yes,
Talk later, run now.
Plenty of interesting things were found. Alright, so after you make it to the exhibit that has been collapsed, you actually notice that several fighters are kind of flying overhead, but most importantly, the sun flare begins to lower itself into the exhibit. It crashes through a few things. Balken told Joka not to really care about collateral damage, but the boarding ramp opens and Balken's like, "Come on, let's go! Hurry up!"
Yep.
All
right.
Enough of a mess of things. Time to cheat it.
Yeah, that's
Rock's gonna help everyone up, or is the ramp like on the ground, or is it sort of like floating in the air?
Well, you have like 30 feet to go up, so I guess they'd like drop a rope.
Yeah, Rock's gonna stay on the ground floor and help
What we
people
do
up.
with that wing? Because I hate it.
It
It's
folds,
so
I guess.
much.
We'll just say it folds. Anyway, yeah, I guess we drop a rope and then everyone gets up onto the ramp.
Yeah, and we can just pump up the repulsor lifts on the crate so we can bring it up as well. All
You know,
right.
the Hawk could land in here with no wing.
Alright.
Well, then tell that to the broker when we meet him next. But in essence, let's try and leave without getting shot. So Balken, after everyone climbs in, complaining all the while apparently, Balken shouts at Jotun to get us the hell out of here while he runs up to start the astrogation calculation. And in the
Wait,
meantime,
your mom's still here.
she can deal with herself.
Wait, your mom was here?
Gristle's still with Balken's mother.
Mama Balken?
Oh wait, Gristle didn't come with us?
No, he's still out there. He's gonna come with you guys later, I guess.
Oh, okay.
On the comm, he's like,
What's
I'll be with you
Gristle doing?
later. I got some stuff to take care of with Mrs. Hoffman.
Oh God. Oh, Balken just cringes in disgust as he works on getting us the hell out of here. But
gonna get
yeah,
her
Gristle can find his own way home.
I think you need to add some 5 setbacks to your astrogation roll.
Ugh, yeah, I agree. Let's actually do that right now. As the Sunflare is pulling out, there are attack gunboats belonging to Corsac that have jumped over from Corellia to reinforce the situation. And of course, the ship flying right out of the Great Archive is going to be their first target. So let's go ahead and roll. No, we're not doing a roll initiative. We're just going to have this be the Sunflare goes first, and they all go after that.
Okay.
Currently, there are 3 gunboats following you out, and I guess it's going to depend on how well I roll this cringeworthy astrogation check.
Just a sec. I'd like to roll a valuable facts check for some sort of knowledge about the hyperspace routes in the Drall system, or the Corellia system,
Knowledge
so that I can move Balken with triumph.
Do it.
3 triumph for them both.
Okay. Alright, and then he's going to do his astrogation, which
A lot of trying.
I've set back for being so cringeworthy that Gristle's going to do some horrible things to my mother.
Actually, while this is happening, can Rogesh get on the comms and actually do a deception check and actually say, this is Agent... I mean, he's done tons of infiltration jobs, in this sector, to pose as Corsac and say, we are ground team Corsac. We are leaving right now to go after... I forget the names of the guys that were pinning this on, but basically just say we have suspects that we are in pursuit of.
All you caught was the name of the lead guy, which was Mr. Vane, but you don't know who they're working for or anything.
Yeah, I'm just going to try a deception check just to say that we are Corsac as well.
This is going to be... I would almost say, even if you succeeded, there is someone here who would tell them that you're lying.
It's going to be against the discipline of the person in charge, who I know I have here somewhere. Man. Okay, it's going to be... Against discipline, it's going to be 2 red, 1 purple, and 3 setback for the situation not really giving you a lot of room to work with.
2 red, 3 purple. Or...
2 red, 1 purple.
So 2 red, 1 purple, 3 setback.
Yes.
Okay. I get to reduce 1 setback. I'm going to flip that. Can I get a boost from somebody with assistance somehow? Someone can think of something? Or maybe just the chaos of the situation itself.
We just shoot a blaster off behind you. add in some sound effects.
If someone can come up with a good reason, I'll give you the boost, but I'm going to need to hear it first.
I mean, he's claiming to be part of the the Corsac team going after the big bads. I can also say we're in a I can't remember the term right now, but they're fighting forward to as the other guys are retreating. Take a few blasts of a blaster, pew pew. So it sounds like we're shooting.
Okay, you know what? I'll give you the boost if you can give me a good British accent. Because I did it for once, might as well do it again.
Alright, sounds good, eh? I've got these big mates, we're fighting them down the path and shooting back at us, pew 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 and all that stuff, eh?
Perfect.
Okay, you hear the comm operator start hissing with laughter. I'll give you the boosts.
Alright, so I'll say, Corsac, we are already on site, we are in pursuit, do not fire on the IHK Citadel.
The gunboat say, roger that, Corsac, we're breaking off. So returning to patrol. And, they break off, and with Balken's slightly strained astrogation roll, you're able to make it to hyperspace as soon as you break the atmosphere. And you're free!
Yay!
Woo! Huzzah!
And once in hyperspace, Balken is going to move towards the crate and rub his hands together, see what you guys managed to bring back.
They brought back quite a lot of stuff.
Got the world's oldest blaster.
What the infiltration team managed to steal, most importantly, was the Diamond of Destiny. Mission was accomplished, and they also brought back the Seeds of Duros, which are a very rare commodity, especially if you were to sell it to a Duros, because that is the last remnant of plant life that lived on their planet before they polluted it all to hell and back. They are dried out, but if someone skilled enough in xenology was able to work on them, they could be revitalized and be worth even more. And would Arrow want to share his thingamabob?
Yeah, Arrow would show them the holocron.
Yes, deep in the ancient storage, Erdo was able to find a strange device that, when he made contact with it, appeared to take on the appearance of a pseudo-Jedi holocron. And would Key want to share what he stole?
So yeah, Key will take out the pouch from the crate and pull out the diamond and a datapad.
Not the other thing?
No, he didn't get another thing.
You did get another thing.
No, he didn't.
Okay.
Okay.
Well, Balken looks at the datapad and kind of thumbs through it, chuckles a bit as he reads the diary entries, but then shrugs as he hands it back and goes, pretty worthless here.
I'm not so certain. Erdo's going to look for the simulation on the datapad. If it's he's going to...
You were able to see what the Drall did to access it, so you were actually able to access it again. And when you show it to Balken, his eyes kind of flicker a bit, but then he kind of shrugs and he says, an excellent historical simulation, but a historical simulation does me no good. If you want to keep it, it's all yours.
Yeah, Erdo will be inclined to keep it for the time being.
Okay.
Is it all your side?
All right, and then what did the diversion team manage to get away with?
What did you guys manage to get away with?
Well, we ended up with the with that prototype lightsaber, and the crystals for it. I ended up walking away with some of the large, the giant golden ibis plumage that it dropped. So a couple of the very nice gold and white feathers, and the oldest working blaster in the galaxy.
And the tablet from the Grand Hall.
And the tablet from the Grand Hall. And then I don't quite know what Boj picked up, but it's a little green thing attached to his back.
Well, Boj picked up the tablet.
Yeah.
It's the first recorded mathematical equation on Drall.
Nice.
It's written in stone.
Wow.
Boj also got the 5,000-year-old droid brain.
Yeah.
And 3,500 credits.
I think the diversion team kind of forgot what they were there for.
No, we diverted plenty.
They diverted a lot of stuff.
Plenty of diversions.
I guess you did, since you did get the code black called on you instead of on the infiltration team.
Well, none of that. We didn't get anything until all hell broke loose, and then we just pinned it on other guys who were trying to steal.
It's all thanks to the golden ibis.
Yeah,
Yes,
actually,
that magnificent, glorious
we were
bird.
entirely passive until we saw the opportunity with the ibit, and we let the ibit in, basically. So.
Okay.
It was great.
Did the bird get its egg back?
Yes.
It did. Yes, it did.
It also ate a security guard. Don't forget that.
Aww.
It didn't need a security guard. It just threw him across the floor.
Oh, just threw him across the floor.
Ben, while I'm working out the experience, can you type up all the stuff that they got, just so I can have it fully in front of me?
What's the stats on the blaster?
It's mine.
It's the oldest blaster ever, Hawk. It's not really going to work very well.
No, let him use it. It's fine.
Watch it blow up in his face and it'd be worth nothing.
I'm just
Okay,
asking the
so now in
stats.
hyperspace, and most importantly, the Diamond of Destiny was recovered. Balken brings it towards the Bastion construct, and you all notice that it practically dissolves at the presence of Bastion itself, and the little bits it turns into little crystalline dust, and the dust moves around the gems of triumph and despair and begins to meld into them. And you notice that after the process is complete, the gems that make up Bastion take on a new kind of luster. Their fires improve. They're basically kind of glowing by themselves. And they kind of have an internal refinement to them. And then all you notice is all of a sudden virtual images just explode all around the room, and you notice scenes from things you've never knew existed. and then after it all, you just hear a whisper in your mind that says, "Memory has been restored."
Cool.
And then after that scene, Balken kind of rubs his chin and points at the construct and says, "I think that gem served as some sort of external hard drive for Bastion, and now that he has it back, he may be able to construct virtual realities out of almost any piece of history the diamond was exposed to. And it was in the archives for millennia. It had a lot of history to grab."
That's a good one.
Mm.
So what this now results in is that we can now have sessions with Bastion in a virtual reality that does not have to be based off past missions.
Whoa, really?
Basically, we can now have anachronistic missions.
Whoa.
That's
It
almost
was an upgrade.
Huh.
It's funny that you do this because I was actually going to talk to Brandon to delay his anachronistic mission because I wanted to make sure that we could find a way to do exactly what you just did with this mission. So well done. That fits perfectly.
Nice.
Huzzah! And we got loot out of it too.
Oh yeah, yeah.
Okay, and now I'm still getting a list from Ben, and so now I'll go ahead and move into XP. Because the diversion team... Oh, hold on. Oh, okay. Because the diversion team did end up getting level black called on them, though it may not be entirely their fault, that's actually no experience from that. However, I guess I'll give you +1 XP for every floor the infiltration team went through and every exhibit that the diversion team was able to deal with. So that would be
I want to give
+5.
them more just for the way this all played out. I don't care about the code black. I want to give them at least +2.
+2 then per?
Not per, well, just for this, just for in general.
Okay, so 5 then 2. So that would be 7 on top of the base 15, giving us 22. The infiltration team was able to operate very well, even though they heavily abused Key's unmatched fortune. So I'll give everyone another +1 for that.
Not abusing, that's what it's there for.
But, oh, come on, you know the GM's perspective. Oh, look at despair, and it's wrenched out of my grasp.
Hey,
It's almost
he
like
has
you're trying
unmatched
to make
fortune.
something
He's
really hard
very...
to hack, but
We got a
someone
story
has, like,
about that
7
one.
intelligence.
When
I
Fi
didn't
tried
get
to
what
deceive,
anyone just said at all.
Sorry, we have a good. Fi tried to deceive Compnor and got a despair, but had natural charmer, so she got to re-roll it. That shit
Okay,
was about
so
to
I
get-
guess another +1 for deceiving Captain Compnor, who I guess is really enjoying his vacation.
She failed to deceive him still, but she got a triumph.
+1 for dealing with Compnor.
Not really dealt with, but for seeing him maybe, for knowing
Look
he's
how much he tries to make me not give you XP. Look at that.
They can still give him a +1 for, like, running into him
Confusing, Compnor.
and surviving the encounter.
All right, a +1 for that.
Allegedly, Comptor.
I'll give you another +1 because Key, with the help of actually, did the boost for the data breaker actually roll anything during that check? Key?
I don't know.
Oh, okay.
'Cause
Well,
we
so far
switched-
for
switched
beating
hangouts.
for beating 4 reds, which I did not expect you to do, I'll give you another +1 for everyone for that. I'll give everyone that's 24, isn't it?
Yeah, or 25.
Okay. Well, then we broke even. And I'll lump that in with a few other nice bits, especially where Erdo got to deal with the Drall, force sensitive.
Ooh.
Oh.
Yeah,
And
originally
Key robbed him blind.
we planned on scaling the XP to we have alert level set up, and we were planning on scaling the XP to if you kept the alert level maximum at the lowest. But since you guys hit the highest level at some point, it would have been 0 XP, but I liked 0 bonus. But I liked the way things went enough that I felt like it should be more.
Yeah, well, the problem is it's still, I fully expected, because the infiltration team didn't get any bonuses to that, so everything they added to the alert level had to be diverted away, but it never was. The diversion team ended up getting the warning.
Well, in fairness, it was the bird.
Yeah.
Everything was diverted eventually.
Well, that makes it harder, because you're right. The team didn't do anything that would have set off the alert, but it still ended up getting alerted. Okay, so you know what? It was at alert level blue by just what the infiltration team was doing. Actually, it was yellow, so never mind. I'll add another 3 to that, making it 28. All right, and then we can slot that up to both teams can pick their most interesting role player.
I liked Vi's seduction and Rogesh's seduction. I liked both seductions.
Yeah.
Of course you would.
It's hard. I loved Rock as the slave master.
I loved everyone on my side. They were all
Yeah,
awesome.
It's so hard. It's so hard to choose this time. Everyone was pretty awesome.
Yeah, it was. I had
game.
a lot of. This was a lot of fun on our side, definitely.
And actually, Saber now thinks that Ragesh is into him. Ragesh actually did a deception check against Saber.
Yeah,
Well,
I gave
is Ragesh
Saber.
into him?
Yeah. Well, it was a deception check, so.
So I guess not.
For his own nefarious ends.
So for the infiltration team, is there anyone in particular you guys would pick out?
Erdo did some
Yes,
good work.
Erdum. I think so. Erdum.
And Key did a lot of checks to help us do some things.
Key was certainly the best thief of the team, but Erdo did have a lot more opportunity, so I am torn.
I'm good with Erdo.
Okay, then.
Well, I don't want to, Actually,
Talk
well,
with
I do
system.
want to. I think that I had a lot of opportunities with Ragesh in this one, in a lot of different ways. So I'm nominating myself, which is kind of a faux pas.
It's so
but-
hard to
No,
pick one.
yeah, I mean,
You did
we
something awesome.
we did nominate you. So it's not nominating yourself. I think I will vote for Ragesh.
I'd be okay with Ragesh too.
I vote for Ragesh as well.
Sounds good to me.
There you go. All right,
Oh,
so
and
Erdo and Rogesh. And then we have the loot, which is going to be difficult. Let's see. All dysfunctioning blaster, feathers of the golden ibit, 5,000-year-old droid brain, ancient lightsaber. Okay, the lightsaber is going to be hard to hawk because it's lightsaber ancient or not.
It's not even like it's a lightsaber that's powered by a backpack generator. It's that old. So it's like one of the first lightsabers, basically.
Okay. Here's what we're gonna do.
Is that canon or is that?
It is.
I think
actually.
so.
Yeah, those are the original lightsabers. Were actually connected with a cord to.
Wow, that's awesome.
Okay, someone roll me 1d10.
I can do that.
Yeah, and you guys are free to keep any of this stuff.
Okay, now someone roll me 1d5. Okay. Now someone roll me one. Okay, you know what? That's going to lead to a lot of confusion. Dart, roll me 1d15.
Maybe you shouldn't have me roll stuff.
No, maybe one's good.
It's not. Okay. Tommy,
Don't
1d11.
That's what you're doing here, but don't imply. Are you just pricing them? Because we don't want to force them to sell all this stuff if they don't want
I'm
to sell.
giving them a price they can get if they sell them.
Okay.
At least a base price, barring negotiation. Well, that's just unfortunate. Okay, now I'm wrist. Roll me 1d4. Okay, and Jeff, roll me 1d10 plus 5.
Hold on.
You can re-roll that.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, So if you chose to sell, and this again is up to you, you can choose to keep any of these items. If you choose to sell all of these items, you can get 26,000. That doesn't seem right, does it?
Well, they did roll 1 on 2 of them.
Yeah, they did. 26,000 credits total. And that's not counting a few of the select items I thought the infiltration team would want to keep.
So that's selling. Is that just the backpack, or is that the backpack, the blaster?
That's selling everything that you guys got.
Everything?
Minus the holocron that Erdo got.
What about are the crystals useful outside of the pack?
It would take some time. They seem all pretty old. You're not sure that they would work in a modern lightsaber, maybe. And some are broken, too.
I was just going to want to keep the little droid backpack thing for now, at least.
Could Erdo try and roll to see if he could get museums that would preserve or take care of these artifacts to purchase them? Reach out to some of the contacts he used when he was smuggling Jedi artifacts in a different part of his life.
Now, you realize museums aren't very safe, right?
It's all
Case in
relative.
point, this entire mission.
It's all relative. Safe against people like us, maybe not, but against the ravages of time, at least.
Okay, fair enough.
Yeah, what do you think, Ben?
Yeah, I think if he wants to find museums to give it to, specifically, he could totally try.
So what do you think that should be, a lore or education roll?
Hard to say. What are... It would probably be education if he's sort of reaching out to, professors and things like that.
Alright, so I'm going to say, and I guess since they would want that stuff, they would be inclined to lie, regardless of their stance. 2 red.
I'm gonna flip one of those last.
Nice.
Okay, yeah. Not only do you manage to find several institutions that would hold on to these well, but you also found that several of the items are in a bit higher demand than was originally anticipated. So I shall add 50% to the price, which would make it 38,000 total.
You should probably determine, what do you guys want to keep for sure?
Yeah, I know the droid brain wants to be kept.
What's the list again?
The list is the oldest functioning blaster in the galaxy, which is valued currently at 9,000. That's not counting the addition you just found. The feathers of the golden ibit, 3,000. The droid brain, 1,000. Apparently it's not in very high demand. The ancient lightsaber backpack and all, 1,000, if only because it's a very hot item with the Empire interested regardless of its relative archaic existence. Various crystals, some broken, 3,000. And the Duro Seas, which have been revitalized, 9,000.
I'll sell the blaster, but I'll keep the feathers.
Is there a use for the feathers?
Well, decoration, and they're a nice little trophy. A memento or token from...
They're also huge feathers.
Okay.
Yeah. I don't care. I'm going to keep them as with my other trophies and stuff.
I mean, $1,000 for like ancient lightsaber or 1,000 credits. I don't think Saber would be very interested in that.
Yeah, and there's also a reason why it wasn't valued too highly here. It's because no one really knew what it was until Saber's sort of force-guided touch sort of got onto it. And
I think maybe we should give people some time to think about it and continue this on the Deals and Steals thread, just so that, because any decisions made like right now, people might regret. they have time to think about it.
Fair enough. We can just keep this recorded for now.
Oh, by
All
the
right.
way, just to jump back to the XP, but and I'm totally fine if you guys are like, no, that's fine. But 2 encounters that we avoided. I had the one where the security guards burst in, and then Rogesh did the deception check like hot potato with the egg. And then at the very end, when we did the deception check, just to avoid the Corsac fight completely.
Yeah, I mean those were good, but I don't know. Are we running high? Do we have like a standard on 12
I'm
man
pretty
XP?
sure it's 28 right now.
Yeah.
Minus the most interesting role player and other
I
stuff.
don't want to pile on too much.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's totally fine.
Plus, we also have the problem of the teams being more or less entirely separate, and so we're trying to bridge the gap.
Like, that was all good. That was why I was like, I feel like I should give these guys more XP than for the threat level.
Well, but the last one was with everyone together.
Yeah.
One more for 29, but then I'd be so tempted to make it 30.
No, I mean,
Drive
we
me
have
insane.
like 19, 21. Like, we always have ones that are just a little bit off. Because then that gives people incentive to do their
But it
wiki
would
update
drive me
points.
insane.
Articles. Don't worry about it.
Well, so can I at least still sell the pistol? Because I'll keep the feathers. Because I don't really need to
Sure.
keep it.
I'm fine with that. I don't think anyone really wants the oldest blaster in the galaxy.
I will buy it.
Actually, but that's the other thing too. Like, I do want us to think about it first, though, because if we held on to it, who knows? We could use that as like a bargaining chip with someone in the future, or maybe even give it to Borga as a present. Like, there are other possibilities.
I say
That is
we sell it. We
Sell them
sell
to
it.
museums.
Why?
Well, actually, yeah, Tommy, you bring. It's all right. So I'll just hang on to it then. I won't sell it.
Oh,
Because you bring up Borga. Reminded me of something we talked about earlier in the week. So yeah, I'll hang on to the blaster then. Then I would like, if we're all done with that, if anyone has an excellent streetwise, I would like to ask for a moment of your time.
Oh, are we allowed to get stuff?
I think we just kind of jetted out of there. So, I don't know.
Yeah.
But no,
Yeah, it might have
we're
to.
kind of not
might
on
have to
draw
wait,
anymore.
Okay.
sadly.
So it wouldn't be possible to make contact with Borga right now then?
Well, remember, this is less about Borga and more about you need to actually be someplace, because Borga is not going to.
Oh, yeah.
He's trying to find Cortosis, and Borga's not going to put that kind of heat on himself. He'll help you, but you have to find a place to put the risk for yourself.
I know. I was just going to ask him if he had come up with anyone who hasn't might be willing to meet to discuss purchasing arrangements.
Yeah, he can give hints, but in other words, like, he's not going to do anything that would necessitate him making the role, basically.
No, I know. I wasn't expecting him to make the role.
No, but what I'm saying is that in terms of the narrative, that's why it's done the way that we're doing. So it'll have to wait until we can get to a place where people can buy and sell.
Okay.
So.
Okay, well, I've got to go if we're all wrapped up.
Yeah, actually, I'm going to stick around for just a little bit, but is that a good place to cut the recording?
Yes, but let me just go one more thing. And that long discussion concludes Shadow the Broker 27, Knowledge is Power. You don't have to go home, but you can't stay here. Bye-bye.
Yep. Had a great time. This was really fun. Bye.